The recording started, so the meeting is called to order. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
I will. Daryl Newkirk.
Here.
Rich Maston.
Here.
Kathy Calhoun.
Here.
Rachel Anger is here. Sharon Roy.
Here.
Pam Moser.
Here.
Steve McCullough.
Here.
John Kalila.
Here.
Howard Webster. Howard, you here? Okay, I see you as a participant, so I will count you as here. Kathy Dunham.
Here.
Kenny Curley.
Here.
Yukiko Hayata.
Here.
Pam Delabar.
Here.
George Eigenhauser.
Here.
Carol Krasnowski.
Here.
Melanie Morgan.
Here.
Brian Moser. Brian, oh, was that Brian?
Yes, there he is.
Okay,
He's muted. He's here.
I see you on the screen, so I will acknowledge that you're here. Cindy Bird.
Here.
Eileen Tartaglia.
Here.
Shelley Perkins.
Unmute. Here.
Gavin Cow.
If you can cross.
Here.
Eva Chen.
Here.
Is Matthew Wong on the call? Are there any panelists that are here whose name I have not mentioned?
James Sabro.
Oh, James Simbro is here. Thank you.
Yep.
And anyone else? Thank you, Daryl.
Okay. All right. So Rachel, just about an hour ago
I
sent.
wanna do that.
We okay?
Yeah, I was trying to find out who somebody was. They were just on as that, and I mistakenly promoted them to panelist. I'll change that.
Okay. Okay. Rachel sent out an updated agenda about an hour before the meeting was to schedule. The schedule start time. There's a couple of changes. So Rachel, you want to go over the changes in the agenda?
Yes, I did acknowledge in that email that we reworded old business to now say unfinished business, which is technically more correct.
Yes.
And I would also like to request that we move marketing and the Millennial Committee after the Judging Program Committee, because there are similar proposals. So the flow would be much more conducive to a good discussion that way.
Okay. And as I mentioned before we got the meeting started, under committee appointments, as those of you on the board know, I've appointed a special committee, the CFA Modernization Steering Committee, and we will talk about that. I just want to announce it so it's official and in the record under the committee appointments. So that will be under number 14, committee appointments. That'll be an addition. Does anybody else have any agenda items that need to be covered? No? Okay. Is there any objection to accepting the proposed agenda as our orders of business?
I have a question. This is Kathy.
Yes.
What time did you send that out, Rachel? I don't see. Or Eileen, are you just going to have this on the screen with your slice?
Well, I don't have the right agenda anymore because it's been changed.
Well, just the
I
one
can't
word
get
has
it.
been changed. So except for the rearranging that we've just done. So the previous one is functional.
Daryl, I have a question.
Yes.
At what time or when during this process do we want to ask about moving items into closed session?
We can do that as soon as Kathy gets a copy of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine with Rachel's explanation.
Okay. All right. So we need to asterisk the agenda items that need to be discussed in closed session. Rich?
Yeah, I have one item in the Finance Committee report. It's item number 3. I'm requesting that we move that into closed session. The individual that we will be discussing sent me a text message earlier today, also requesting it be done in closed session.
Okay.
And then item number 2, I'm not sure that it needs to be in closed session, and that is the request from Megan out west on what to do with the CFA cages. I just thought I'd throw it out to the group. I'm not exactly sure we need to discuss that in closed session, but
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
I would recommend that be closed session, since this may be a contract negotiation at some point,
Okay.
and you don't want to tip your hand too much with the party you're negotiating with.
That
This is
sounds good,
Pam.
George. Go ahead, Pam.
Okay, I want to call point of order.
What's that?
Those 2 closed session items, they don't fit what should be in closed session.
Yes, they do. They're
No,
contract.
Contract
Go ahead.
negotiations are on the list.
It's not a negotiation. But it is all it is a outline of what they would like. It is not a negotiation.
That's an offer, and then if we accept it, it's a contract, and if we counter offer, it's a negotiation.
But it's not a contract. I'm just saying, I think that it is not, and I would like to have a vote on it. I just want to have a vote, that's all.
Okay, why don't we vote because our closed session will be after the open session. When we get to those items, Pam, you can bring it up that you feel like they should not be moved to closed session. They should be an open session.
Okay,
And
that's
we'll
fine.
we'll take a vote on them at that point in time, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yep,
This is Aline.
yep.
I'm going to be presenting all these reports on my screen for everybody to see. Should I remove number 2 and number 3 from finance? I'm not sure. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
I
removing
wouldn't,
them for open session.
I wouldn't present them until the vote's taken.
Okay.
All right, just don't show them on the screen. And when we get to
Okay.
those items, we'll call for a vote. Pam wants them to be an open session. And so we'll call for a vote at that point in time.
Okay.
Okay, is
And-
there,
And it's not marked on the agenda, but I assume we all know protests are closed session.
yes, you normally have a part that is open and a part that is closed.
Daryl, I have one more question.
Yes,
I just want to know from Shelley or Cindy if they're going to present the China agreement, and if it is, that's going to also have to be done in closed session.
that's correct.
Rich, I don't think we need to present those at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we've noticed a couple of things that need to be moved to the closed session, a couple of things that need to be voted on at the Finance Committee. So are there any other corrections or additions to the agenda?
Hello?
Yes,
Hi. Yeah, I had 2 items on the international division that need to be in closed session, 2 questions I don't want to bring up in open session. So just asking for a board update, but I think it'd be more appropriate that it's discussed in closed. They weren't on the board report, so.
okay. Is this a holdover from when you were in charge, Mel?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so Rachel, can you make a note of that? That Melanie has 2 items to bring up in closed session?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone
Daryl,
else?
yeah, Daryl, it's Rich again.
Yes,
I just picked up on, you also asked for additions. In my finance report, I am going to have a new motion that's not pre-noticed to the board on
Okay.
the sponsorship funding program. I'll go into details with the board when we get to it.
okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, so any objection to the amended agenda? Okay, hearing no objections, the amended agenda will be our orders of business. Our first order of business is ratification of online motions, and I'll turn the chair over to Rachel.
Thank you. And before we get started, I just want to make a reminder. Please put yourself on mute if you're not speaking. So there should be a whole bunch of little red microphones with the line drawn through them. And that will help us hear everyone clearly because people have an important statement to make or they wouldn't be speaking. So let's give them that courtesy. Here are our online motions that we have dealt with since the annual meeting in June. I would like to move that they be ratified as they appear in the report.
Carol seconds.
You're on mute, Daryl.
I was trying to obey the etiquette. Is there any discussion on any of the motions that are presented? Okay, so Rachel made the motion to accept, Carol seconded. Is there any objection to any of these items? Hearing no objection, is there just 7 of them, Rachel?
There should be more. That's about half of them.
Oh, okay. Can you scroll on, Aline, so we...
Oh, that might be the end.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Hearing no objections, the online motions are now ratified. Our next item of business is the judging program, and that's you again, Rachel.
And I think we have some of our committee chairs that will be presenting that need to be promoted to the panel. And while that's happening, I want to first say these guys have really jumped right on it and brought themselves up to speed, gotten a lot accomplished already, and really have done a great job having frequent teleconferences with the chairs, with the file administrators, and everyone seems to be on the same page. So you see it starts off with the current happenings of the committee there. And then it goes into, this is difficult to do, not having control of it. There we go. So we have some virtual show guidelines. Is there someone from the committee that wants to present this? I thought we had chairs that were coming on to present these items.
Aline, can you go ahead and promote Ellen and Vicky, Barbara? Ann's not going to be here because her sister-in-law passed away this morning.
Oh.
So, and Kenny's a new grandpa.
Oh.
Congratulations to Kenny. Is there any, is Loretta's here? I don't, you can promote Loretta. I'm not sure she has a report in here. She may, but.
There's no mentor report, but I'm
okay.
sure she can comment on some of these other items as well.
Yeah, I want to second what Rachel said. The judging program chairs have met a lot, 2 to 3 times a month, sometimes 4, and the individual chairs have had their own committee meetings, and they've really got a lot accomplished. There were a few things that were in process that needed a lot of attention, and they jumped right on and got to it. So
yeah, I also want to thank Melanie and her committee for the smooth transition and making it easy for these guys to pick up And they were there to answer all the questions, which there were a million of. So, and
Yes.
probably still coming. But thank you very much, Melanie.
Okay, so the first thing is a virtual show guidelines, and who wants to take that up?
Mr. President,
Yes.
since we're going to be talking about the other two at the same time, maybe we should push that to the end of the judging report.
Okay, that'll be fine. Yep. So slide on down.
And basically, if I can comment on it, it's mostly just changing the name, what we're calling
Yeah.
it.
And adding about who can judge where. Okay, the accelerated alternate application process, I think that's Ellen's baby. So Ellen, if you can take over that item.
Ellen's on mute.
Ellen, unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so this accelerated or alternative application process, it was brought to the board originally in April of 2019 and was passed in June of 2019 when the name was changed from accelerated to alternative application process, and it was folded into the judging program rules and then posted directly to the CFA website by a former member of the JPC, and the board never saw the final and didn't give board approval for the posting to the website. Between that time, the JPC has changed hands and in June, and there was no implementation of the practical in-person portion, nor the test that was supposed to be given. And of course, we got hit with COVID-19, and that changed our world for CFA. It's forever. So we're asking that action item 1 is we want to table that alternative application process for applicants applying to the program. It's rules, JPC rules 2.25 through 2.35, and remove those rules until such time as we can implement the requirements necessary to complete the application under the accelerated process.
Okay. Rachel, since you are the liaison, do you want to make the motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we table the accelerated application process.
And remove it from the JPC rules.
Right, as it reads in action item number 1.
Thank you.
Seconds.
Thank you, Kenny. So we have a motion and a second. It's now on the floor for debate. Okay, Melanie, go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi. Yeah, I totally understand that there's going to be issues with implementing the program, given the fact that having a major in-person event is necessary for the practical testing portion of the program. The original plan had been to administer the practical and the proctored test at the international show. So when that was canceled, obviously that put this whole program into somewhat of a limbo situation. Contrary to what Ellen said and what's reported in the judging program report, we were well on our way to putting together a test and would have had no problem meeting that deadline for October. Our thought was that with the CIS canceled, that we could possibly move the practical or the in-person portion of this to a large show like Cotton States if they had it. But given the current situation, I can certainly understand why they're uncomfortable moving forward with that. So while I understand that they might want to table it for now, I kind of object to the implication that we had not put together things, and that's the reason for it. We really had pulled together quite a bit on that. So I see the reason for delaying the program. I would be looking for ways to implement it in other areas of the world where there might be some venue availability, but that's not my call. So But in terms of folding in the actual program, the program itself was approved in June 2019. Was it June 2000? I think we actually approved, well, when we approved it to be effective May 2020. We didn't change anything on what was approved by the board. It was simply much like when we update the standards, central office updates the standards, put into practice. And every May, the new judging program rules reflecting any changes that have been approved by the board are posted to the CFA website. So that wasn't anything that was nefarious. It simply was us doing what we thought was our job. So I somewhat object to that implication as well. That's where I stand on this. I don't have a problem with tabling it. I'm not sure it's necessary to remove everything from the judging program rules, but if you want to redo the work that's already been done, be my guest.
Pam Mosier.
Hi, I basically agree with what Melanie is saying. I originally did not support this for the accelerated judging program, and but we have it, and so I think that it should be there. So I can't vote to remove, but I can vote to table.
George?
I'm a little concerned about just an open-ended tabling. I don't want this to get lost in the cracks and then to have to start over again from scratch in a year or two. What I'd like to see is table to a time certain, come back to the board. You know, there's work that needs to be done. Give them time to do the work. There's no great rush on it. So we could set, you know, February if we wanted. But I would like to see sometime this is going to return to the board rather than just dropping it and then pretending it never happened.
Okay, I think I can speak on the people's part. There was no test developed. Maybe there was one in process, but they can't put something, they cannot implement something that is not ready to be implemented. That's what the issue is here. Melanie? And remember, everybody, you get to speak twice on each one of these motions.
So, no, there wasn't a test done. We didn't need the test until October. We're working on it. So that would, I mean, it's no longer our job. It becomes their job. There's certainly plenty of time to put together a test before October. That said, I don't think the current environment based off COVID-19 is welcoming to having that type of situation. So tabling it to a later date when we can safely have large events makes all the sense in the world. Doing it because there wasn't a test completed is an unfair representation of where things are. I mean, putting the actual test together, certainly we were well underway and were fully prepared to have something implemented by October 2020.
Can I say something? This is Ellen.
Yes, go ahead, Ellen.
All right. The implication was not, first of all, the implication was not that something was done wrong. The implication was that it hadn't been completed. If the prior judging program was working on testing, I mean, I will tell you that Melanie sent me a big folder with the section that she was going to use for the part of the clerking portion. I do not have any other questions of the test that Mel had sent me. Having said all of that, this is a process that we're getting requests for from areas other than the United States, okay? And we have to make some determinations. I want the test beta tested to make sure that there are no unnecessary questions or questions that are questionable. And if you want to set a timeline to get this together, I don't have a problem with that. It shouldn't be up for people to apply under if it's not ready to go.
Okay. Rachel?
I do think that it's worded correctly as to timing. You know, we would like to put a date on it to have something to shoot for, but because of the COVID, I don't know that it's realistic to name a date and time when it can be rolled out.
Okay, this is Ellen again. If you want to put a date on it, I would not put October on it because of the COVID situation. But we might want to think, I mean, I'd be happy to put a date of February on it where we might have the ability to set things up. And actually, I think Mel and I talked about it, and I mentioned to her in the many conversations that we've had that we could do some of this testing with our overseas people. We could do them in their countries. And we could set up something because some of those countries are starting to have shows. And they're able to do that. I think it's going to be a while before we get to that situation. But Malaysia and Thailand and Indonesia are looking at shows. I think first one is in September. So this is something that we can look to, but October would not, I don't think October would be realistic, but I think February would.
Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have concerns because different parts of the world are coming back to life at different times. I would like to see the program stay on, people start the process as we are able to do it and not table it, but to keep going.
Okay, Sharon Roy, you're recognized.
Yes, I was going to say pretty much the same thing that Pam said. Let's keep it on, let's roll it out, and as parts of the world can do it, let's do it. I don't see any reason for just tabling it indefinitely.
George Eigenhauser, your second time speaking on the issue.
Understood. I agree with what Pam said, but I think there's a lot of question about whether the committee is going to be able to get it up soon. So what I'd like to do is move that we amend the motion so that we are only tabling it till February of 2021.
Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Was that you, Kenny?
It was Brian.
Oh, Brian Mosier. Okay. So we have a motion for an amendment and a second, and that is to table this until February, the February board meeting. Everybody understand the motion? This is a motion to amend. This is not changing the motion. It's just adding the clause, table it until February. Pam Delabar?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay. All right, George, you made the amendment. Do you wish to speak?
No, I think it's pretty clear.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other debate on the amendment? Okay, hearing no debate, is there any objection to the amendment?
I object.
I object.
Okay, all right, so there's an objection, so we'll call for the vote. All those in favor to the amendment, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
Oh,
Okay, those no votes, please identify yourself.
Delabar.
Morgan.
Curley.
Okay, Curley, Morgan, Delabar. Is there any abstentions?
Sorry, I didn't get unmuted.
Okay, state your name
Calhoun, Kathy.
and you're voting no?
No. Yes,
Okay.
voting no.
You're voting no. Okay, so there are 4 no votes, no abstentions, and the rest are yes votes. So the amendment passes. So now the main motion is item number 1 with the table until the February date as George amended. So is there any other further debate on this one? Are you ready for the question?
Apologize, Daryl, I do have a question.
Yes.
When you say the February date, what is the February date? Is it the February board meeting? Is the end of February?
Yes. February board meeting. Is that correct, George?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be tabled until the February board meeting so that all the steps to implement the program application process will be ready to be implemented, and hopefully we'll have shows underway. And you also understand this will take it out of JPC rules until we get that in place, and then they'll be reinstated in the JPC rules. Okay, is there any further debate? Is there any objection to the amended motion?
Delabar is a no.
Okay. So Pam, you object. So all those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 Those that are opposed, say no.
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 Okay, state your name.
Delabar.
Morgan.
Calhoun.
Delabar, Morgan, Calhoun,
Curly.
Curly.
Roy.
Who?
Roy.
Roy.
Sharon.
Sharon Roy.
Kalila.
Who?
Kalila.
Kalila. So is that 6 no votes, Rachel?
That's correct.
Is there any abstentions? All right, only 6 no votes. The amended motion passes. Okay,
May I get a clarification on the first motion you called? I only have Delabar, Morgan, Curley, and Calhoun voting no. Is that correct, Sharon?
that's correct.
Okay.
No, Sharon. Sorry. No,
Yes.
I vote no, Rachel.
Okay. I still don't understand. Did you mean to vote no on the first motion?
Yes.
The amendment.
I voted no on both.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so now action item number 2 is out of order. So, Alan, can you scroll through? Oh, okay, and then Ellen, this is also your item.
Daryl, I'm raising my hand. This is Shelley Perkins.
Yeah, go ahead, Shelley.
I would like to make a request that if we're voting, that people have to identify their name with their vote every time and try to be conscious. If we were in person, we'd be raising our hands and we'd be holding them until they're all counted. And we're not doing that. I would ask that people are saying their names and trying to speak when someone else is not speaking, because it's a little convoluted. I was having trouble keeping up with who's voting no or yes. So.
Oh, that's why I tried to call the no. Whoever the minority is, I'm trying to call so that we don't have to. We don't have to do a roll call vote on everything. So if there's 4 no votes and no abstentions, I didn't vote. Then there's 13 yeses.
Okay, I agree. I just think when they're speaking, I can't tell who's speaking. And so I'd like to hear their name called with it. That's what I think will make a clear record.
Okay, all right. We'll try to do better on the next one. Ellen, are you ready to present your next action item? Okay, Rachel, can you go ahead and follow through with this one?
Yes, Eileen Keating is not able to attend shows and mark a judge's book. And so we're asking that she be allowed to go ahead and apply and then complete that requirement. I can't see the action item because there's.
Okay, it's Grant.
There we go.
There we go.
To complete that action item before she begins training. So that would be the motion as it is presented there in the report.
Okay, and you're making the motion. Who was the second?
Morgan.
Melanie. That's a second from Melanie Morgan. Okay, so the motion is up for debate. Rachel, you have any further comments?
I do not. I think Eileen or anybody that's applying at this time would require that kind of exception, since it's impossible for her to complete it unless she flies to Japan.
Okay. Melanie, your hand's up.
Yeah, I totally support this request. We'd already told her that we would take it to the board, and frankly, I thought we had in June. So I'm glad they're bringing it up, and certainly this application, which is fully complete and a really nice application, should be considered in October.
Okay. Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I also support this. We are in uncharted territory and extraordinary times. We have somebody that's qualified. Let's bring them in.
Okay. Melanie, your hand's still up. Oh, Okay, Shelley, you got something to say? Your hand's still up. Okay, anyone else? Kenny, your hand's up? No. Is there any further debate on the motion? Hearing no further debate, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is passed by unanimous consent. Okay. Let's see, the training application chair report. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Go ahead and slide on down, Eileen, and we'll get to the guest judging administrator report. And let's see, maybe what we should do. Well, we can do the guest judging one. So, Vicki, are you on?
I am on, and I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the guest judging program. This is a process that came out of the strategic planning group, and it was discussed at the October board meeting 2019. At that point, it was tabled and it was brought up again at the December board meeting. There was a lot of discussion. They took a vote. It passed 9-8. And at that point, you know, we hadn't gone into COVID yet, but very soon after we did. So when the judging program for guest judging was turned over to me in the end of June, nothing had actually been done or communicated with the guest judges. I attempted to send out the program to all our guest judges, at least the 45 most frequent and recent guest judges, and they were very much caught off guard. And the more I got deeper into looking at the numbers, I realized that we have not given our guest judges enough credit. In the last 9 years, our guest judges have completed 766 judging assignments for CFA. Many parts of the world would have been lost without the support and the knowledge and of our guest judges. So I reworked the program. It was a 3-tiered program. I reworked it to 2 tiers, a guest judging, just a guest judge, which that person can judge up to 5 times a year. And then the approved guest judge, which I've looked at the numbers and the evaluations of these guest judges, and I have grandfathered in this proposal 14 of our most frequent guest judges. So that's the program. I didn't change much in the language that was in the program. There was an intermediate area, and I changed the intermediate section to this is how you get from guest judge to approved guest judge. I also changed some language in the resume, which I will need to collect from all of our guest judges. I think this proposal encompasses the best parts of what this guest judging program was about, to make sure that in the future, those guest judges that are coming through that are judging more and more for us, we'll make sure they know the breed standards. It will recognize those frequently judged guest judges who actually got on-the-job training as they moved through it. It will also take a load off of central office, because right now they are collecting evaluations from these clubs on these frequent guest judges. We don't need 60 evaluations on Cheryl Ren or 50 evaluations on Olga Grudneva. So I think once we remove that type of busy work from central office and from the clubs too, that the evaluations will reflect more comments that are applicable to the work of these guest judges that are working for us. That's it.
Elaine, can you scroll up so everybody can see? Okay, so So Rachel, you're the chair. So the motion would be to accept the amended guest judge proposal and to grandfather in the appendix. I guess we should take, it's actually 3 motions. One would be to approve the proposal for the 2-tiered guest judging program.
That would be the first motion.
Okay, and you're making that motion, Rachel?
Correct.
Second.
Okay. Was that Melanie?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. All right, so the motion has been made and there's a second to amend the prior approved guest judging program approval level that was at 3 levels to 2 levels. So is there debate? Melanie, you have your hand up, go ahead.
Yes, please. I think Vicky's done a really nice job, as she said, cutting to the meat of this and really clarifying and simplifying the process into what is really relevant. I fully support all 3 of these motions in here. We'd always planned on grandfathering the people who were our heavy hitters, so to say, but by actually formalizing it here, I think it's a great idea. And I really think this is the way to go.
Great, thank you, Melanie. Is there any further debate? I don't see anybody's hand going up. So since there's no debate, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is ratified by unanimous consent. We'll move on to motion number 2.
The second motion will be to ratify the appendix list of frequent guest judges and elevate them to the approved guest judge level.
Okay, Elaine, can you scroll down? Okay, Rachel has made the motion and Melanie has seconded the motion to elevate this list of 14 judges to approved guest judges. Is there any debate? Pam Delabar?
I just wanted to say, but it's obvious that I have to abstain on this motion, but almost all these people are in my region, and I would be proud to have them as CFA judges.
Okay. All right, since Pam has to abstain, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the 14 guest judges to approved guest judge for CFA signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Those that abstain? Pam?
Yes, abstain.
Okay, Pam
Delabar.
Delabar abstains. Okay, so the motion is passed. We will move on to the next motion. Rachel?
Next, we would like to adopt the guest judge resume as amended, as you see there on the screen. The preamble is where the most of the information that's being changed appears. And the
It's at in the end, the attestation above the signature line.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep. This basically just says that they will not in the future judge for FFF or ICE or any other organization that is identified as working against CFA. So is there a second?
Yes, Melanie.
Melanie seconds. Okay, the floor is open for debate. Okay, no one's raised their hand. Is there any objection to the adoption of the new form? Okay, hearing no objections, the form is ratified and approved. You have anything else, Vicki?
I do not. I thank everyone for their time and consideration and reading this information. My plan is to immediately start working with the guest judges, collecting resumes, so that once Europe and some of the other parts of the world are ready to go, that our guest judges are prepared and can communicate with me on any of their needs. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vicki. We appreciate all the hard work you've done. Okay, can you go ahead and scroll up, Aline, on the form?
So is next the China Associate?
Yeah, let's go over that and then we'll go into the virtual stuff.
Okay, because I had, a minute, there we go. A minute.
So Rachel, you want to give a heads up on this one?
Sure. I do want to say, first of all, that, can you scroll down, Eileen, as I'm
Yes.
opening
Yep.
up here? That this group has again knocked themselves out. You would be shocked at the number of WeChat posts, online handling seminars, and activity that this group is doing. And as far as any kind of objection, clubs do not have to hire any of the associate judges. We are going to be providing them if the clubs want to use them. So there has been some comments made about that. And basically that's what it boils down to. If a club wants to hire them, then great. So I don't think Ann has any action items here. If you want to continue scrolling down, she gives a great overview of what they've been doing, and it's quite comprehensive.
Yeah, I'll say that Melanie gave her a sort of a rough draft of what they had intended to implement, and Ann took that and worked on it. And Ann's a retired school teacher, so she knew how to put together lesson plans basically, and did an absolutely fantastic job. So anyway, no action items. So we'll look forward to see in October what's presented. So I think that's the end of the committee. Loretta, did you have anything that you wanted to add in on mentoring?
No, we've only had, actually we've had no changes since I sent the committee out the list, which I didn't really think we need to have sent to the board every month. There's been no changes.
All right, good deal. Thank you. And you can slide on down, and I think probably the
is it the education subcommittee?
Yes, and Barb
Okay.
Yeager, I think Barb Yeager is on.
Okay.
She's the chair of that committee.
The only information I have, and I think I don't see it on the screen, but
there we go.
There. Yep. We have a breed awareness and orientation school scheduled. It'll be CFA's first online BAOS. And it's scheduled for October 15th, 16th, and 17th. It will be done all in English, and it will have no handling as a component of this. So far, we are opting to take up to 40 people, and we already have 13 signed up.
Good. Good. You want to slide on down a little more, Eileen, on the...
I have a question.
Go ahead. Well, Steve has his hand up.
Okay.
Where are you
reading this? Where are you reading this from?
It's on the screen.
I know, but where's it in my board packet? I'm not following.
It's in the judging program report. It should be the last item in the judging program report.
Whatever.
Okay. Kathy?
Yeah, I just had a question on the cost. I see that the cost was reduced from 275 to 200, and there was in 150 to 100 for judges. It says there's no hotel, no meals to cover. We still have expenses. I just wondered what's other sorts of expenses we should expect. It just
at this. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. It seemed, for a virtual presentation, it just seemed like $200 or $100 was a little bit much, but perhaps there are expenses that I'm just not aware of.
I think part of this is Barbara Yeager. I think the expenses that we have is predominantly the instructors. We still pay the instructors. And so that's 3 days worth of instructors. So we lowered it because there's nobody that has to actually be there in person. And we are not including the handling component in this initial school.
Any other
Do you have any more?
questions? Kathy, did you have something else?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right.
Oh.
So, Rachel,
Cheryl, I am
yep.
going to leave the call and come back in as a regular member. I think because I came in under CFA, it's not allowing me to raise my hand.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I'm going to leave and come back.
Okay.
And this is Loretta. I can't raise my hand either. But just to comment on the BAOS, the hope is that once we get this, any of the kinks out and get it fully where it needs to be, we'll be able to offer this more frequently. And eventually to a point where we'll get it to the point where we get a certain number of people that request it and we'll be able to do it anywhere in the world.
Good
That's
deal.
the end hope.
Great deal. I love to see new technology introduced. All right. And there's just a small report here about the judge's open book tests. And I think there were 113 out of 114 judges completed the test. All right. 112 passed it. The average score was 97. 64 judges achieved a perfect score. Okay. And then Pat gives a introduction here about the transition. And she talks about the gift of the CFA copyrights for the long hair pedigree cat, the short hair pedigree cat, colors and patterns in the pedigree cat. These are all things that there's some original artwork in there. And those have been donated to CFA. And I don't know if I think she is still working on the copyright for that artwork. So
Benny, get over
anyway,
here.
huh? Okay, all right. Anyway, this BAOS is Pat Jacobberger's baby, and she's grown it into a beautiful teenager and an adult now. And so she's picked the leadership people that she wanted to put in place to replace her, and those are the people that I appointed as chairs of those subcommittees. So Pat Jacobberger, our hats are off to you for a job very, very, very well done. Thank you. Okay, so now we need to go into these three combined reports on virtual shows.
Okay. So first we have the marketing report, I believe, or are we going back to the virtual?
Let's go
in
back
the judging.
to the virtual thing. We'll cover them all at one time.
Okay. I got to get that back. Hold on a second. Let me write. Sorry. Okay.
It's okay, Elaine. We changed all this on you.
Okay. So there we go. So who's going to be presenting that, Ellen?
Yes, I can present it.
Okay, thank you, Ellen.
When we picked up my portion and Vicky's portion of the program, when we picked this up, we were just starting to see online cat exhibitions, as we want to call them. And there was a lot of confusion about who could accept an assignment from what clubs. We had issues with people judging for TICA, which we're not supposed to do because it's a domestic association. And so we came to the conclusion, all of us, that the entire JPC had a meeting, and we came to the conclusion that if we change the name of these virtual, what we were calling shows, that we could go ahead and accept, let the judges judge whatever they wanted to judge. There would be no issues with if they wanted to do a virtual exhibition, because they're pictures. And I can tell you that we put more into them because I just finished a show, but they are pictures. And so We are asking that the name be changed from virtual cat shows to online cat exhibitions. And we're doing this because CFA is missing out on the positive exposure to the cat fancy worldwide. Removing the label of cat show, which an online cat exhibition is not, allows our judges to represent CFA during this time of the pandemic shutdown. So you'll see where there are strikeouts of the name virtual shows, changing to online cat exhibitions. And I can tell you that it makes a big difference. We've really had a number of issues with some of the judges that want to do some of these shows, and we're fine with that, but they are in opposition to CFA judging rules. And we want the judges, of course, to abide by our judges' ethics, and we want them to go out and represent CFA as we know that they can.
Ellen, can you scroll down a little bit farther? Because the meat of the thing is
Sure.
this, CFA clubs may invite anyone to officiate at these
Right.
events.
And since I can't,
that's an addition.
okay, and
Thank
since
you
I
for-
can't raise my hand, I would like to speak to this when Ellen's done.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
That's all.
And I want to thank the committee and the board for looking at this and I understand that we have 2 more motions for really looking at this and making a big decision about how we are going to go forward with all of this. And it may be sometime before we are having live shows. So thank you all for taking the time to read this. I appreciate your help.
And the last underlined sentence there, just let's scroll down a little bit more, Eileen. Yeah,
There
at
you
the
go.
top of page 12 there, that covers our CFA judges can judge whoever, anybody.
Matter.
So that was a thing that the past judging program rules prevented, but we're putting that in the guidelines here for these online cat exhibitions so that our judges can judge those shows. Okay, Ellen, you wanted to?
Okay. Yeah, the only thing I wanted to address was the name. We were wondering if perhaps virtual cat contest would have a little bit of a better ring rather than online cat expedition. It's really a marketing thing, how we're going to be marketing these to the public.
Okay, all right.
So just something to consider.
Okay, you want to change online cat exhibitions to?
Virtual cat contest. Or there could be some other option, but that's just a suggestion, virtual cat contest.
All right, Kenny Curley, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to address what Ellen said was against the rules. I judged for a virtual show that does live shows for a TICA club. And but this was not a TICA event. Actually, there was a GCCF judge there, CCA judge, 1 TICA judge, and myself. It had over 75,000 views on social media. If you really digest the CFA show rules, nothing in the board, nothing in that CFA constitution prevents, nothing has ever been ratified, I should say, by the CFA board preventing. And if you look at the rules, the way they're written right now, there is no mention of us not being able to judge what was passed by the board of where we can judge or who we can judge for. Now, I understand that there's some sort of unknown dispute with judging for TICA, but I mean, I know that this all started with my participation, and I had many conversations with Annette and with Melanie, and they were understanding of what I'm trying to do. And as Melanie has pointed out in the past, it's been a gray area. But to say it's against our rules and our ethics is quite a bit insulting to me, because I did not feel like I was violating anything. As a matter of fact, I think I did a pretty darn good job on behalf of the Cat Dancers Association.
Appreciate your efforts, Kenny. George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, I want to agree with what Aline said. Our marketing department is calling them virtual cat contests. That was the name they picked. I mean, that's our marketing people. They like the name. I actually think it pops more than online cat exhibition. That sounds rather bland and boring to me. So I would prefer that name.
Are you making that as an amendment?
Sure.
Okay, is there a second to George's amendment to change the name to virtual cat contest?
Carol seconds.
Carol seconds. Okay. So let's debate the amendment, and if anybody, if your hand's up on the what we just talked about, take your hand down, and we'll be back if this gets amended. Okay, Rich.
Yeah, so I have a whole bunch of comments and questions in different areas from 3 different committees.
Okay.
And one of them is what Aline and George are talking about, is the name of what we're doing. So we've got 3 different names being proposed. And the reason why I'm bringing this up now, if we go into the Millennial Committee, their proposal for a name is Challenge. So I really
that's a separate issue, Rich.
Okay. I didn't know if that was.
That's a whole separate issue.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the amendment is to change the name from online cat exhibition to virtual cat contest. So that's what we're debating right now, is the amendment. Kathy Calhoun.
So just to, I realize what you said, Daryl, that's a separate thing, but I think for the general public, it is going to get to be confusing when things are called different. And I think I've seen, I guess maybe if we change this to virtual cat contest, then the discussion in the marketing report will agree with this.
Yes.
But I agree that as I read through this, it was a bit confusing.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes,
This
go
is
ahead,
Ellen.
Ellen.
Okay. My comment, okay, and Kenny, I'm sorry if you felt, I'm going to apologize to Kenny if he thinks that, you know, we were insulting. It's not that. It's, as long as you call it something other than a show, I don't care what the name is, as long as it's not called a show. That takes the connotation away from everything. So if the marketing committee has a better name for it, or the millennials have a better name for it, it's fine. Thank you.
Daryl, can I make a comment too? This is Loretta.
Yes.
Basically, our concern was with enforcing the show rules, and there's portions of the judging application that says that you cannot judge for associations that are in competition in the United States. We're simply trying to not have to keep it confusing. We want to make it as simple as possible. And by taking it away from being a quote cat show, it's out of our hands. We don't have to worry about enforcing CFA show rules because it's not a CFA show. So we're really trying to make it easier. And I think whatever name is going to work the best is fine with us, as long as it's not a CFA cat show.
Okay, thank you. Rich Maston.
Yeah, so Daryl, I got to speak on this again. I'm sorry I ended it too quickly.
Okay.
What it boils down to is, I think we're far from making a decision on anything as this as a whole. There's too many things that are uncertain at this point in time. And I don't know if contest is the right name. I do agree that it should not be called show. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order for the board to finalize some of the different parts of the program. One being the name, so CFA can have a consistent brand throughout the whole process and the whole program.
Okay. So my understanding of this is that the CFA board passed a virtual cat show, quote unquote, guideline. And all they're trying to do is change virtual show or cat show to an exhibition or a contest. And then we're trying to meet the needs of everyone who raised holy hell on Facebook about why a TICA judge couldn't come to a virtual show and judge, and why a CFA judge couldn't go to a TICA show and judge. And so what they've presented here corrects that. The program that Rachel and Lorna will present is an event a one-time event that's sort of like a qualifying show and then an international show. And so, and that's a special event. So I don't see that having a different name of that, it creates a problem. So, but we've drifted off. So what we have here is an amendment to change the name here to Online Cat Exhibition. We're not changing the program. We're just, all they're asking for is to allow anybody can judge our shows and we can go anywhere and judge their shows. That's the only addition that is in here. And that's to correct something that the board didn't address when they approved these, and then changing it away from cat show to either cat contest, which is the amendment, or a cat exhibition. Pam Delabar.
With the exception of the change of the name, basically the JPC is presenting something that affects the judges, whereas the others are more focused towards the clubs and not particularly the judges.
Okay. Sharon Roy?
Just a quick question. If anybody was asked to judge one in Tika, it would be called the virtual cat show. Is that going to make any difference? I mean, I know
No.
it sounds stupid to ask, but
No, because these are our guidelines.
Sharon, this is Ellen. Let me
Go
answer that.
Okay, go ahead.
From the judging standpoint, we will not have any say about what, if we change, I want to change the name, we will have no say about if you want to go do a show that's sponsored by Tika or GCCF or somebody, you know, somebody else. That's the judging standpoint. The others are club involved. Okay, what clubs want to do is one thing. You know, if Tika says virtual show, that they can go do that because we have already made a change and they can do that. I don't care what the other people call it. I just want to make sure that the judges can do this without getting themselves in trouble. And that's been the issue. The question about, you know, doing these shows, and I understand that the gentleman that Kenny judged for is his club. He is supposedly, he puts on clubs, puts on shows, live shows for Tika. But if you go to look at his website, it says he's affiliated with them. This takes all of that away for us. Kenny wants to do that show, or Rachel or myself or anybody, any one of our 106 judges, they can go do that. But
Okay.
if we have to call it a show, then we have issues.
Yeah. Pam Delabar?
I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, Sharon Roy? Kenny Curley?
My second time speaking on this issue.
This is an amendment.
The guidelines that we approved do not mention in any fashion as a virtual cat show who can or cannot judge in either direction based on those rules. If you can show me somewhere, I'll be happy to change it from a virtual cat show to a virtual cat contest, virtual cat exhibition. But if you look at those guidelines, there is no mention as who can or cannot judge in either direction.
Kenny, I have my hand, Ellen, I have my hand up.
Go ahead.
No, it doesn't say that, but if there's nothing, if it doesn't refer to anything, then we go by our judging rules, show rules, and judges' code of ethics.
Program rules.
I'd like to respond, but I've already talked twice.
Yep.
Okay.
Rachel, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's exactly the reason, Kenny, why they're bringing this up. It doesn't really say it anywhere. So to remove any ambiguity, we're trying to lay it out here. That's it.
Okay, and I agree with Rachel. What they've done is they've tried to address what the board didn't cover. Carol, go ahead. Carol Krasnowski.
Yes, I agree it should not be called a show.
It's not a show. However, I think across all three committees, the JPC, Marketing, and Millennial Outreach, it should be a uniform name. Whichever one we choose, it should be the same one. I kind of like virtual cat exhibition myself, but that's just my own opinion.
Okay, so the amendment is virtual cat contest. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on the amendment? Okay, so I don't see anyone's hands up. Is there any objection to changing online cat exhibition in this proposal to virtual cat contest? Any objections? All right, there's no objection, so by unanimous consent, the name throughout the whole proposal will go to virtual cat contest and not online cat exhibition. Okay. All right, so that's the amendment. So now we're back to the motion now to approve this. This amended motion, which changes virtual cat show to virtual cat contest. And who can judge either way? All right. Is there any, Melanie Morgan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I agree that whatever we do, we should use something that's uniform. Just from a marketing standpoint, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, I think we're unnecessarily complicating this issue. These aren't cat shows, as they pointed out, the judging program has pointed out. We don't need to over-legislate them. I'm not sure that changing the name is that urgent of an issue right now, but I personally think that if CFA sponsors an event, then the CFA name and logo are being used, that we should utilize individuals from our own organization. But again, these aren't shows. No points are being assigned. They're simply photo contests, and I'm not all that willing to fall on my sword for this. And I don't think we should be overcomplicating the actual specifics of the guidelines and over legislating. I do think we need to have some continuity from a marketing standpoint.
Okay, Rachel Anger, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I think that the word, I do agree with the comments there, that the word competition sounds a lot more marketable than the word contest. It sounds like it's a little bit more serious and we're gonna have a competition, and that would be my preference. Virtual.
Okay, Aline, do you have a comment on that from a marketing committee?
No, I think we perhaps may want to wait until Desiree gives her report. She may feel that competition is fine. It's a little long, but it certainly
Is she
speaks to
on?
what it is.
Can she speak to this now?
Yeah, let me go ahead and promote Desiree real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Just get her input before we make a motion to change contest that we've accepted to competition.
Okay. So Desiree, can you hear us? I'm sure. There you are. So if you could unmute Desiree and give your thoughts on changing the name to virtual cat competition instead of cat contest. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
Right.
great.
Hi. You know, contest, competition, either one, I'm fine with either solution. But we did need to come up with a standard name to cover all of the shows, all of the events that we'll be having, and we needed to do that for the platform that we put together. So we have ran with contests in the meantime, but there's no issue in changing it to competition. So I would be happy if you voted, maybe. I'm not sure what the process
All right,
is.
thanks. Melanie, you have your hand up? No, okay. All right, Rachel, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we accept this proposal. Tell me if I'm making this right.
We just need to, we need an amendment to change contest to competition.
That's my motion.
Okay, Kenny Carly?
Well, no, now we're on an amendment to an amendment.
No, we're amending an amended motion.
Did we ever, I don't think we voted on the amendment.
Yes, we did.
We did on the previous amendment, but not on this amendment.
Well, no, we're just making the amendment, George. We voted by unanimous consent to change it to virtual cat contest. Now the motion is to change virtual cat contest to virtual cat competition. Rachel made the motion and I need a second before we debate it.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, George. Rachel, would you like to comment?
Nope, I've already stated my position on that. Thank you.
Okay, George, you made the second. Do you want to comment?
No, thanks. Let's just vote.
Okay, Kenny?
Yeah, I'd like to keep it cat show.
Well, it's too late for that. So, Rich Maston?
Yeah, just clarification on the amended motion. Is it virtual cat competition or CFA virtual cat competition?
It is CFA cat contest. The motion is to change virtual cat contest to virtual cat competition.
Okay, are we going to say CFA virtual cat competition? I just want a clarification for the name that we're voting on.
Well, I mean, CFA wasn't in the original motion. I mean, it was not in the original proposal. The proposal is on the screen right now. It was virtual show, strike out, add in online cat exhibition application request and public announcement to include, and then it's got everything in here, which are CFA stuff. Official CFA approved logo.
It says CFA.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Rich? Rich, you're muted. Kenny?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So the motion has been made and seconded to amend virtual cat contest to virtual cat competition. Is there any further debate? Okay, no debate. Is there any objection to the amendment?
No.
Okay, hearing no objection, the amendment is ratified by unanimous consent. So now we will change online cat exhibition to virtual cat competition. Okay. Now, are you ready for the amended motion now? Okay. So what we're voting on is this proposal that's on the screen right now. Aline, can you scroll up a little bit so they see the bottom part, to include everything that's been added about who can officiate and going that way or this way. Everybody understand what we're voting on? Is there any objection to accepting the proposal?
No.
Okay, hearing no objection, the amended online virtual guidelines are amended as ratified by unanimous consent.
Whatever.
Does somebody have a comment?
I had a no vote, but that's all right. Doesn't matter.
Well, if you want to vote no, we'll change it and we'll call for the vote.
I'll
Okay.
join you. Yeah, no vote.
Okay, all right. So we will strike unanimous consent. When I ask if you object, you need to say yes. And then I'll call for a voice vote. Okay, everybody understand that, please?
Thank you.
Okay, all right. All those in favor of the amended motion about virtual shows, please say yes.
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 Those opposed, say no.
No.
Kenny Curley,
Melanie
Melanie,
Morgan. Yep.
and Melanie Morgan voted no.
No.
Any abstent? Was there?
No.
State your name.
Kathy Calhoun, no.
Okay. Okay, Kathy Calhoun votes no. Anyone else? All right, Kathy Calhoun, Melanie Morgan, and Kenny Curley voted no. Is there any abstentions? No abstentions, the motion passes. Okay, so which we doing marketing next?
Yeah, do you want to go to the marketing next? We could go right to the virtual cat, whatever it is, competition that Desiree has first. Let
Okay.
me just go ahead and get that up on the screen. 1 second. Okay. So
Are you doing
Desiree, yeah, we
Is this
had some,
marketing?
yeah, marketing. So we had information in the beginning, or would everybody just rather go to the virtual cat competition?
Just do the virtual
platform?
stuff, and then we can do
You can
Lorna's
go back.
proposal, and then we'll come back and do marketing, I guess, at its
Okay.
regular assigned time, okay?
Okay.
For the other stuff.
Desiree, where did Desiree go? Is she there? There she is. Okay, Desiree, you're up with the virtual cat competition, platform development.
So like Ellen was talking about, we're missing out on a great opportunity to do online events. I was kind of stalking what Tika was doing and what some of the other ones were doing and found that the way that the shows have been run have been, I shouldn't say shows, but you know what I'm saying, right? If I say shows, the contests, competitions online, they're real clunky. They would have like Facebook groups where pictures would be shared, and then you'd have to go to a form. Just, it was kind of like all over the place. So actually Lorna and I were talking about this before COVID, about over a year ago, about, gosh, you know, what could we do to do something online if we ever got to that point. So when COVID happened, I just started researching some of the previous platforms I was looking at and start testing some out. So we did find one. We did get an approval from the executive committee to do a 3-month subscription. We needed that 3 months in order to customize the platform to make it work for us. So that's what I've been working on for the past couple month or two. So I'm not sure if any of you had a chance yet to look at the catcontest.cfa.org. This is the platform. We have started working on the first show that can take place. So again, since we've changed the competitions, we'll just change the graphics and we'll change the domain name and everything. So it'll be Cat Fanciers Association Virtual Cat Competitions instead. But basically there's the main website that people will come to. If they click on contests, which we will now change to competitions, they'll see the list of the events that are taking place or about to take place. There's the button that says contest request. That's kind of like the show license, so to speak, that has to be filled out to gather all the information so we can set up the competition for the club. So if you do go to that website and you click on contest, you'll see the first one, the Nemo show, that is our first guinea pig. Iris has been so helpful. Her and Deirdre, a gal that is volunteering for her club, they've just been amazing. We've worked really hard over the past few weeks getting their show up. And then when it comes time, we'll have their show once everything's ironed out. Then it can be open to other clubs as well. So I think we decided, or in discussion with Eileen and I, that this isn't something that we would charge, like right down here, what's the cost? We are proposing that there would be no cost to clubs for the current show season. There is a fee, a subscription fee monthly, and then of course it takes a lot of work to manage the shows and get them up and running. It'll be streamlined much better, once we finish this first show. But I think that pretty much covers it. I'm not sure if you have any questions, but that's the CFA Virtual Cat Competitions platform.
So does anybody have any questions? Or I think you have a motion on this, don't we? Okay, well,
My
one
hand is
item
up.
doesn't work.
Delabar.
Calhoun's up.
Delabar's up.
All right, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Okay, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. And Rachel probably would have done this anyway, but Desiree made mention of the Tika platform and kind of phrased it as being a bit clunky. I think we should just strike all that out of the minutes. And I know you meant no harm, Desiree.
Okay. Anything else, Kathy?
Nope.
Pam Delabar?
We just had this past weekend a virtual show that actually encompassed entries from all over the world. The platform was done by German Catwalk Cat Club, and I think Dorta did a wonderful job in being able to present the cats. I was not a judge, but I know Kenny was a judge. And the way the finals went, I thought went rather well. What I'm concerned about is our clubs are using this to make money so they can put on shows whenever their countries are capable of hosting shows. I want to know who's getting the fees. And then German Catwalk developed their own program. And to have to pay money where they're not paying money now to use for a program just puts up a red flag to me.
Okay.
That's it.
Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I agree with Pam on this. It was an excellent show, very well done. Very few technical glitches. This was my 4th virtual show, and it was definitely one of the best. And I'm sure that's going to be a concern mark for our clubs that want to hold these virtual shows, but they don't really have to buy it. They can formulate their own as well. But just wanted to congratulate the Region 9 virtual show as well.
Okay, any other discussion?
Daryl,
Yes.
Darlene.
Yes, go ahead.
We're proposing there's no cost to clubs for this show season. So I'm not sure if we, or Pam, I don't know, she's suggesting we use what German Catwalk has developed or what is being recommended we do at this point.
Delabar here.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm not proposing that we use German Catwalk's program over this program. What I am proposing is that the clubs be allowed to choose a platform that has proven to be a good platform that is not an embarrassment to CFA. But if you read the financial reports for the world right now, we're going into rather uncertain times. And we might see that a bit more over here than you're seeing in the US or other places. But I want our clubs to be able to be healthy financially as well as their own personal health. And the thought of when I'm looking at these payments going on for next year, I'm concerned, yeah.
Ellen, can you scroll down so we can see who can use and what the cost is? I don't think is there anything that's mandatory that the club has to use this program?
No, they can use it if they want. And there's no cost to them this year. I mean, I don't want to say it's in a trial, but we want to see how this works as well.
Okay. Can you continue scrolling down so we can get to the action items?
So obviously number 1 is out.
Oh, it's already been taken care
of.
So, okay.
And so number 2 would be about the platform.
Okay. All right. So I need somebody on the board to make the motion for number 2.
I'll move. George will move.
Okay. Thank you, George. I need a second.
Kathy seconds.
Thank you, Kathy. George, would you like to comment since you have made the motion?
No, thanks.
Okay, Rich Maston, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with Desiree and Aline. It says we can manage up to 5 shows a month. That is equivalent to about $80 per show. Is that because the platform can only handle 5 shows a month, or is it because central office staff can only handle 5 shows a month?
At the subscription rate that we have right now, that allows up to 5 a month to run concurrently. So if one show only takes 2 weeks from the time that the entries are accepted until the winners are announced, then you can have more than 5, but up to 5 concurrent shows in a month period is what our subscription will cover, the current subscription we're at.
So is there a possibility we run into some issues if all the regions want to host their show for the international event, and there's more than 5 in 1 month? Do we pay extra, or is there a higher fee to host more shows?
Yes, we'd have to pay more. I don't know what that price is right now. It would be an additional fee per show or maybe not show, per competition, or possibly per 5 more competitions to run concurrently. So if that is something we need, I will definitely look into that price.
And then Daryl, I have a question for Aline.
Yeah.
Aline, are you able to handle 6 to 16 hours per show, up to 5 or more shows for central office staff hours?
At this time, I believe we can. Amber is going to have some time. It's in a bit of a slower time frame for what she does. However, if this does take off, I'm not sure that we can continue to dedicate that many hours per show through or starting the beginning of the year. So we might have to look at some other options.
Okay. Are you done, Rich?
Yes.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Has this platform been used for any other virtual competition so far? Or is it just the one for NEMO coming up that it's going to be used?
It is the only, NEMO is the only CAT event that's been used on it. There are actually some dog shows that are being put on using it. A lot of human shows, dancing and things like that. But this is
Okay, because what I would propose, I'm judging one of the judges for NEMO. I would prefer, I know there's a motion on the floor, but I will vote against it because I want to see how it works for NEMO before we go full blast into this.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Okay, from my understanding, we are talking about a 3-month subscription. That's all we're signing up for right now. Is that not correct? 3 months.
That's all we have so far, yes.
That's what we've signed. That's what we've contracted for. So we're talking like $1,200. And my other clarification, it says we can manage up to 5 shows a month. But the program, I guess I'm hearing 2 different things. I'm hearing that the program can manage 5 shows concurrently. So that would really mean that you probably can have more than 5 shows a month under the program. It may be a issue with staff, but the program that we are paying $400 per month, the limitation is 5 concurrent shows?
Yes, the limitation of the software is 5 concurrent shows. What
5 shows going on at one time.
Right. And in working on the first show with Iris and looking at the timeline from when the entries are starting to be accepted all the way until the winners are announced, that could be a 3 to 4 week period. So to simplify things in breaking down the price, we figured, okay, well then those 5 concurrent shows should be all that we can have. And you're absolutely right. Because we don't have, like Amber's not trained yet, it would be prudent to only have 5 shows a month for right now.
And my last question is the administration piece of this. It says between 6 and 16 hours, which is that's a pretty big gap. But as we go along up the learning curve, the time that it would take to administer the show is likely to go down.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Right now, 16 hours is a little bit of an unknown. We've spent many more hours than 16 on it right now, but after this first show is created and it's customized for CFA, then it's just a matter of duplicating the show, changing the judges, changing the branding and things like that. So if you have 8 judges, it may be different than if there's only 4 judges. There is more work involved in assigning entries and creating judging rounds and things like that.
And we are looking to sign up for the minimal amount of time that they offer, right? Is that 3 months is the minimal amount of time?
They do 1 month at a time,
Okay.
but we figured that 3 months was needed because I needed 1 month to get my feet wet with it, because there were so many parts of the subscription you couldn't even have access to unless you paid for at least 1 month. They did have a free version that I started with. So then 1 month of setting up and customizing, and then 1 month for the first show, and then we have a third month then to do as we please with that. The price was substantially different too. It was like maybe $550 a month if it's 1 month, $400-ish if it's 3 months, and then if you go for annual, then it ends up being like $300 a month.
So Kathy, can you and Desiree take that offline? We've got a long agenda here and we've got nowhere into it so far.
I'm done.
So I don't want to cut anybody off, but we got other things, and these are just sort of implementation things that you guys are talking about.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. So is there any other discussion on the motion? Can you scroll up again, Aline, so we can see the motion? And that is to approve the use of the custom platform for the CFA virtual CAT competitions. Is there any more debate?
Daryl, this is Pam. I have voiced my objections because I would like to see this tabled until after the Nemo show.
Okay, you want to make a motion to table it?
Can I do that when we have a motion up on the floor?
Well, of course you can. That's what table means.
I so move that we table this until our September, I'm sorry, till our October meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Okay,
Rachel seconds.
Okay.
I just had a question, just
Go
one
ahead, Aline.
question clarification. I just want to have it be clear that we would like to try out this platform. And I think that was the idea behind this motion. We just wanted to get formal approval that, yes, let's move ahead with this platform. So I'd like to include in this motion that we're still going to continue to try out this platform with any CFA club that wants to do it for as long as we have this trial period.
Well, I think by Pam tabling this, her rationale was to see how Nemo works out.
Okay.
Her motion is in conflict with what the motion is.
Daryl, I will remove my motion.
Okay. All right. George Eichenhauser.
I was going to argue against it, but since she withdrew it, I'm done.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor of item number 2, approve the use of the custom platform for the CFA virtual CAT competition, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no. Any abstentions?
Delabar abstains.
Okay, the motion passes. All right. You have
Thank you.
anything else, Aline or Desiree, on virtual shows?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Desiree, do you? Okay.
Okay, let's move on to Lorna Fremont. Can you elevate her to a panelist? And Rachel.
Yes, let me, okay.
I think Lorna has a presentation that's going to play. Is that correct, Ellie?
Yes, Lorna's on mute right now, but I will play. It's a video. Let me get that up and running.
She may want to give a preference.
Let Lorna introduce it.
Laura, do you want to unmute yourself? And if you want to introduce it.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you, Lorna.
Awesome. Thank you. I actually pre-recorded this in YouTube because it's a lot of words, and I wanted to make sure that everything came out right and didn't have any connection issues or screaming children.
Is it really 15 minutes long?
It really is.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can get this going.
Could everyone put yourself on mute while we're watching the presentation, please?
I'm not hearing the audio of the presentation.
Aline, did you hit the enhance audio and video at the bottom of the screen?
Here, wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. Can you hear me, Daryl?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't have enhanced video or enhanced.
Go and see where this little wheel is right here. Are you seeing my cursor? No, you're not, because I'm not sharing the screen. Over on the right-hand side, there's 5 boxes. The one to the left looks like a cog, a wheel. Yep.
Oh, yes, yes.
Click
okay.
on that.
Okay. Quality.
Yeah, hit quality. Yeah,
Let's-
go to 1080.
Okay.
There, try that.
Okay.
Still not hearing anything.
No. It still isn't working.
No.
Hmm.
In your share screen box, if you click on that down at the bottom, there should be enhanced video and audio for when you want to play stuff like this.
Gee, I don't see that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's optimized screen share for video clip. Maybe
There
that's
you go. That's it.
Okay, let's try that again.
Social media. Being able to express ourselves and engage with one another through social media has led us to believe that we can change the lives and minds of others through online discourse. Social medias are by far the dominant way millennials learn about things online. Search engines are ranked near the top, but fall below Facebook and Twitter for content discovery. Accordingly, the advice is to build relationships and trust with millennials first on social media. Most millennials use at least 2 internet-connected devices every day. A minority use 3 or even 4, 37% in the United States. The survey also found that 19 out of 20 millennials globally own smartphones and check them on average 43 times per day. In the United States, it's 45. It is this millennial's opinion that CFA is woefully behind using social media and technology in general to fulfill its fullest potential. How do we begin to bridge the gap between CFA's current demographic and millennials? An easy and inexpensive way to do this in the time of social distancing is to host virtual cat shows via social media platforms that can engage people in our association as a way to stay connected while we are not safely able to gather in person. If marketed correctly, we can educate people about our product, the pedigreed cat, and hopefully engage millennials by allowing them to enter their cats in these fundraisers. Without further ado, allow me to introduce to you for your approval the CFA International Top Cat Challenge. A proven concept, a set of CFA virtual exhibitions, up to 11 regional or area shows, followed by an international show. For the purposes of this proposal, regions include the International Division and China. This will be a confirmation competition where the photos are judged to the standard in a CFA traditional stance of kittens, championship, premiership, and household pet, although there are no written standards for household pets, as well as additional competitions where photos and videos are judged based on arbitrary criteria, such as a rainbow bridge class, a baby kitten class, a cat and dog photo class, a costume contest, and more. The purpose of these shows is to raise funds for the regions or for designated charities and to provide entertainment to the fancy. There will be no titles or points awarded. The regions may use these virtual qualifiers as fundraisers for the region or another specified event such as an annual or a designated charity. The regions may hold these shows with or without a club. And the regional director may also designate a club or clubs to conduct the region show. They may also share some or all of the proceeds with that club. There will be a CFA International Top Cat Challenge with 2 confirmation competitions, a photo competition and a video competition, and some number of fun rings to be determined. The number of rings for the International Top Cat Challenge is to be determined, and it will take place at the end of October. For the purpose of the Regional International Challenge, regional shows will be scheduled from September 5th and 6th through October 10th and 11th, 2020. The CFA International Top Cat Challenge will be October 24th and 25th, 2020. All regional virtual qualifying events must be complete by the second weekend in October to have all scoring forwarded onto the Top Cat Challenge Committee so that qualification can be verified. All regional qualifier shows will host 6 rings in the 4 traditional scoring classes, meaning kittens, championship, premiership, and household pets. Additional fun rings may be added at the discretion of the qualifying show's management. The photo confirmation competitions at the regional qualifiers will require 3 photos of each cat, a full body shot, a front-on or angled head shot, and a profile shot. Additionally, the owner may submit a short pre-recorded video clip positioning the cat as if on a judging table with the camera angled in such a way that the handler's face is not present in the video. Cats entered in one confirmation class may not be entered in another confirmation class at the same show or in any other virtual qualifying show. For example, you can enter the same photos in championship at one show, but not premiership at the other show or any other qualifier. Kittens are an exception. Kitten photos of a cat may be entered in the kitten class, while adult photos of the same cat may be entered in championship or premiership at the same show. Such a cat will be considered 2 separate entries and fees. Confirmation classes will conform to the CFA rules for age, meaning that kitten photos should be of cats obviously between 4 to 8 months of age. The age entered for the cat should be the age of the time of the photo, not their date of birth. Owners are on the honor system as far as the spay and neuter status of cats, but the photos that show obviously whole males should not be entered in premiership or household pet classes. The regional shows will be staggered, but scheduling will be up to the regional directors. Clubs may not conduct other CFA virtual exhibitions during this time frame. The regions or clubs may set their own entry fees for regional qualifiers. The recommended fee is $10. Any prizes offered for the regional qualifiers will be up to the hosting region to procure. Each regional qualifier is responsible for coordinating their own results, files, and videos, and these will be posted at a centralized location to be determined. Cats scoring in the top 10 overall of each class and each qualifier will receive $2 off of their entry into the photo competition of the CFA International Top Cat Challenge, and cats that are the highest scoring in each class will receive a free entry. These discounts are non-transferable and cannot be used on any different entry other than the award winner itself, and only into the photo competition portion of the CFA International Top Cat Challenge. Now, on to the CFA International Top Cat Challenge. There will be a CFA International Top Cat Challenge with 2 confirmation competitions, a photo competition and a video competition, and some number of other fun rings to be determined. The number of rings for the International Top Cat Challenge is to be determined. The International Top Cat Challenge will take place at the end of October. To qualify to enter the CFA International Top Cat Challenge photo competition, the entry must have made a final at any regional virtual qualifying event in a photo confirmation class. To enter the International Top Cat Challenge video competition, it is not necessary to compete in any regional qualifying event. The requirements for this competition are to be determined. The CFA International Top Cat Challenge Show Committee will designate a charity to receive a share of the profits from that show. The share will be determined by the Executive Committee of the CFA Board. General information on virtual challenges is as follows. Non-CFA breeds may be included in the confirmation rings at regional virtual qualifying events and the CFA International Top Cat Challenge. The standards for these breeds can be either TICA or the FIF standard and must be announced prior to entries begin. For any breeds not accepted by CFA, TICA, or FIF, the show committee will determine which standard to use and will also announce it prior to accepting entries. Long-haired exotics will compete as they do in the Persian breed. CFA AOVs and non-standard colors will compete within their breeds in the confirmation classes as though they are accepted for championship. The owners may choose to enter such cats in the household pet category or in the kitten champion premiership class. For example, a lilac British Shorthair could compete in the British Shorthair breed or the household pet class. The owner of a straight-eared Scottish Fold may enter the Scottish Fold breed or in the household pet class. The owner of a Seal Point Oriental can enter the cat in the Oriental breed or in the household pet class. Lookalikes should be entered within their appropriate CFA breed in which they would be registered, but it will be up to the owner and not to the show committee to be expected to police this. The CFA miscellaneous breeds will compete with all the other breeds in confirmation classes as those accepted for championship. A CFA registration number is not required for regional qualifiers or the CFA International Top Cat Challenge, but for the confirmation rings, cats will be entered by breed and judged according to the CFA standard if the breed exists in CFA. Photos for the confirmation classes may be cropped and have minor adjustments such as straightening, but should not be substantially altered in a way as to change the appearance of the cat, such as no obvious darkening or lightening of eye color or no straightening of profiles. Touch-ups to remove minor blemishes such as dirt, dust, or specks are allowed. Composite photos are not allowed in the confirmation classes, as this is not a Photoshop competition. Photos in the confirmation competition may not have category logos, watermarks, or any other identifying marks. The show committee will disqualify any obviously altered photos that significantly change the appearance of the cat or provide any identifying information. The show committee may waive these restrictions on photos in the fun classes. Judges will be provided with an electronic catalog. There will be no names or titles in the judges' catalogs. Judges will be provided with electronic breed and final sheets. The catalog and forms should be a format in which the judges can print or edit electronically. The judges will return their results to their clerk or show committee in an electronic form, either by filling in an electronic catalog or scanning printed sheets with an app such as TurboScan. Judges will announce a top 10 or top 15 as appropriate, but do not need to announce any other ribbons. In a survey of judges conducted by the Judges Association, only 25 of 64 respondents said that they were willing to judge a virtual show. Since cats may enter multiple regional virtual qualifying events, the regions may want to have shows that have varied lineups to encourage more entries, and there may not be enough judges for these shows. Therefore, the regions and clubs may invite judges from other associations to judge the confirmation competition. These judges must be from associations eligible to guest judge at a regular CFA show, and also may include ACFA and TICA. Judges from other associations must use the CFA standard for CFA breeds. In addition to judges from other associations, regions may invite CFA exhibitors to judge the confirmation classes. These exhibitors must have been breed council members for at least 10 years, must have a category distinction minimum tier 1, and must have at least one national win in kitten championship or premiership. The CFA International Top Cat Challenge will not include exhibitor judges. And the reason for having the national winner requirement is that an exhibitor judge should have minimal level experience seeing many other breeds. The show committees may invite anyone to judge the fun classes at the regional virtual qualifying events or CFA International Top Cat Challenge. Judges must do their final in some recordable video format suitable for sharing as part of the results, preferably a PowerPoint with Zoom presentation, and then uploaded to YouTube. Judges should talk briefly about the entries as though live at a final for a regular show. If the judges are uncomfortable with producing a video final, the show committee may allow someone else, including another judge at the same show, to present that judge's video final as long as the judge provides some descriptive text for the presenter to use. CFA will pay each judge $25 per confirmation class at the regional virtual qualifier, $100 per show if the judge handles all 4 classes in a ring for the first 6 confirmation classes, or 4 if that's improved instead of 6. Any rings over 6 must be paid by the host of the show. CFA will not pay judges for fun classes. That will be up to the regional virtual qualifier committees. This includes guest judges and exhibitors acting as judges. The judging fee for the CFA International Top Cat Challenge is to be determined. The regional virtual qualifying shows and CFA International Top Cat Challenge will be hosted on the CFA Virtual Cat Competitions portal. CFA Central Office will disperse funds to the region of the regional virtual qualifying event minus a banking fee to be determined by Central Office. If a club is holding the show for the region will disperse the funds to the club. Are there any questions? And let's have a good discussion here about this proposal.
Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Yeah, Lorna, great, thinking out of the box. It's really, really a lot of insight here on age group that we have not targeted. Just one thing you to be aware of is Top Cat is used by another major association. So be aware there might be some comment from that association.
Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, Lorna, you put a lot of work into this, and I appreciate that. My question is this something you're proposing as an optional thing for the regions?
It is. So what I would like, I mean, my vision, and I've been working on this for a long time, I'm sure you know that, was that the regions will have first dibs at this. So they can use it for fundraising for the regions, event, or for whatever they need to use funds for. A show, it could be they have, awards that they didn't get all of the sponsorships for, any number of reasons. But if the region would like to opt out of hosting the show, they can give the opportunity to a club that's maybe going to be hosting a show. It could be used to help fund that club in lieu of having gate, for example.
Okay, because my concern is that, for instance, in my region, I don't know anybody that could do this. And that's my concern, is somebody that has the ability, the computer skills in order to do it.
Well, fortunately, we did just approve Des's concept to use the virtual cat competition website, and that takes about 90% of the manual work out of doing these shows.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great concept, and I have talked it up a little bit before, but to most of us on the panel, this is a little far-fetched. The reason is that this is a product, this is not for us. I mean, this is something that we'll be participating in, and it'll be very fun to watch, but this is a product for the people that are gonna come in the cat fancy next year, in 5 years, in 10 years. They don't wanna sit in a cat show hall all weekend. They don't wanna sit there one day now. And we gave them 6 rings in a day, and that's still, they don't want to sit there all day. They get bored. As Lorna was saying, they have their devices going. There's lots of other things happening. So this gives them the opportunity to participate at their pace. And to me, I think that's what the millennial generation wants to do. They want a product that they can do when they're ready to do it, and their timing when they want to do it. And so I'm very much in favor of this, or something very much like this, because the fanciers of 20 years from now are not going to want the product that we have today. We've provided for them financially. We've got a very healthy financial picture and money put away for them. We just need people to support in 10 or 20 years. This is our way to do it.
Yep. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Yeah, I agree, Rachel, completely. Different targets need to be approached differently. And this is the first sign I'm seeing of one of those different approaches. It's the way we need to start thinking if we want to move forward, refilling the basket of potential end users. So again, I'm in support of a concept like this and an event like this, and this is the perfect time to be rolling something like this out.
Okay, Aline, can you get off the YouTube screen and go back to maybe to the proposal?
You see it now? That's the
Yeah.
from Lorna's
Yeah,
report.
there we go. There we
Yeah.
go. Okay, that's what
Sorry
I
about that.
needed.
Yes.
I just needed
Apologies.
the action item. Okay. Okay, so Rachel, you want to make a motion to approve the action item?
So moved.
George will second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Rachel, your hand's up. Your hand is down. Somebody wanting to talk? I don't see any hands up. Carol?
Des has her hand up.
Carol, yes, this is Carol. I really think this is a great concept. I love it. I think it's a good way to approach the younger generation. My only concern is there are a number of items in the proposal that have yet to be determined. And I'm wondering if it's going to be possible to get those all ironed out in time to roll this out for the October qualifier section of it. Can Lorna address that?
Lorna, you want to address that?
Absolutely. So these are all things that I left in the air because I literally wrote this, the groundwork for this in May. And we've just been waiting for the approval to go ahead and start the process. But now that we have the portal from Des to host the show, which takes about 90% of the manual work out of hosting these, we will very easily be able to get all the details ironed out.
Any other questions? Okay, is there any opposition to the approval of the action item for the CFA International Top Cat Challenge? Okay, hearing no objections, the proposal is approved by unanimous consent. Okay, thank you very much, Lorna. Nice work. You did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, so let's move on to the guest judge issue. Is that the next thing, Aline? Is there anything else from the judging program? I think that's all three of those that we covered.
You wanted to move to the guest judging?
Oh yeah, that's right. We need to go back and we approved that. I think everything's done now. Did we miss anything, Rachel?
Let me go ahead and put that report up on the screen. Hold on one second, and then we can just be sure.
Yeah, the virtual stuff, that virtual show that Ellen presented, we passed.
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on. You're done, Lorna?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lorna.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, I think everything's, we need to go on to the guest judge issue.
Okay. That one?
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. All right, so we all got this letter. Is Vicky Nye still on?
I can bring her back.
Yeah, bring Vicky back because
Okay.
Vicky will want to address
No,
this.
actually, Vicky is gone. Oh, no, there she is. Hold on, she was right at the top. She had her hand raised.
Yeah.
Okay, Vicky should be a panelist shortly. Where is she?
So just to make this short and sweet, Hope got a request to guest judge a Tika show in January. And
Excuse me. No, I understand that that's up. But my proposal is an all-encompassing proposal, which addressed not only our judges being requested to judge, but also the two clubs that have approached the CFA board as far as allowing, Tika judges to officiate.
okay, we're taking them one at a time, Kenny.
Okay. And Vicky is now a panelist. She
Okay.
just has to unmute.
Okay. Well,
There she
actually,
goes.
this is, my motion is going to be all encompassing. So
No, Kenny, we take these one at a time. We will take the Hope Ganano issue. We will take the Japan region issue, and we will take Cat Club of the Palm Beaches. They're three separate. This is similar.
This is not the way I intend on presenting this.
Well, you needed to give us a proposal. This is what we got in the agenda, Kenny.
I'm about to give you a motion, and then we can open up for a discussion.
Well, we're going to discuss it, and then you can make the motion. So let Vicky and I have her say. She's the chair of the guest judging program.
Hi, Daryl, I'm on the line.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Would you go ahead and just give us a history of what happened here?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me, Daryl?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, on January 3rd, I received a request from Hope Ganano to judge a Tika show in January 2021. And based on my research of what the judging program rules were, the permitted associations, and the board's decision in October of 2015 was very clear that they only intended for us to be able to judge for Tika or Tika to judge for us in the case of an emergency. And an emergency is defined as one or more judges unable to meet their existing contract, which really basically speaks to CFA's side. And I passed this through the judging program committee to make sure, because this was one of the first actions that I had a chance to deal with. I responded to Hope on Monday, July 6th, and indicated that I was declining her request. It was contrary to what the board's guidelines were from the October board meeting in 2015. And that was the end of it as far as I knew, though Kenny had indicated and Hope had also indicated that they were going to take this to the executive board. This is a long ways out. It's January 2021. We don't know where we'll be with COVID-19. We do have some virtual show activity coming up for us to keep us engaged. And I think where the board has stated before, it's very clear that CFA needs to protect its brand in the United States. This is our differentiation, our judges training, what CFA represents. So that's the reason why I declined Hope's request at that point.
Thank you, Vicky. Okay, Kenny, you're
Sure.
recognized.
Yeah, I fully understand why Vicky would do what she did. The present rules were voted on in 2015 in the October board meeting, reminding everyone that at the 2015 annual, there was a resolution from the floor of the annual that was given a favorable recommendation. The board took this up at the October meeting, at which time the motion failed, pretty much based on brand protection. But now we're in 2020, and we are in the throngs of a worldwide pandemic. And right now, our clubs would like to open up, but they are challenged by more than just COVID-19. And well, they are challenged by the effects of COVID-19 as far as travel is concerned, the availability of CFA judges and what have you. And regardless if we're going to take these up one at a time, Daryl, I have one motion that would take care of all of it. If I can go ahead and put it out on the floor for discussion. But we're already beginning to see some areas where to start back with live shows. But there's still challenges up there and things that we have to find out. But we all know that a CFA show is a business decision. And I'm going to stand here on the side of my clubs to be able to give them a little bit of a break on money, at least for this show season, because they can't have a game.
Okay, Kenny.
If they're going to be asked to open up CFA under these fashions, and I'm talking about a club from my region and a club from Region 9, and a judge going the other way, this could be very beneficial to CFA in the long run. We can hold it just for this year. So having said that, I'd like to present a motion, and you can open up the floor to this.
Kenny, can you tell me why you didn't present your motion to Rachel so she could pre-notice the board and we would have it?
Yes, I can tell you that. I was waiting for the final tally of a poll that I held in my region asking the very same question that I'm going to be asking the board. And after which I'll continue with my discussion as to the results of that. My motion is any feline organization and its members in good standing with the World Cat Congress shall be eligible to guest judge for CFA during the 20 and 21 season, effective immediately. That's my motion, and my poll is for my clubs with the very same question, or a question having to do with this. It had 83 responses. I had 10 unsure, 16 no's, and 57 yes, and that's Region 7. And you can open the floor up for discussion right now. I think we need to see this as a pilot program for CFA to allow our clubs the opportunity to do this, keeping in mind that we've already got the mechanism to vet these judges. And of course, we want them to ask CFA judges first. But you know what? That might not be possible.
Okay, Kenny, just restate your motion so everybody knows what the motion is, and I'll ask for a second.
Any feline organization and its members in good standing with the World Cat Congress shall be eligible to guest judge for CFA during the 2021 season, effective immediately.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Delabar.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say, Kenny?
Yeah, like I said, we already have in place standing rules and procedures which will remain exactly the same. So they would be vetted exactly the same. We just want to be able to give our clubs a break. Now, we certainly either require or ask them to do an alternative. We've already created a whole new judging program for China to accommodate their shows. The least we could do is at least give them, in my mind, an opportunity to save some money. They're not going to be able to have gate.
Okay, Sharon Roy, you're recognized.
Yeah, Kenny, I don't disagree with you, but I would like to maybe put it off till like the September meeting and perhaps have our judging program people come back with different guidelines, like how many TICA or other association judges we can have at each CFA show, vice versa. Maybe come up with a questionnaire that we can give to our exhibitors and our judges. I just think it wouldn't hurt to leave it off for a couple months and give them time, or a couple weeks rather, and give them time to work on it.
Okay, Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Okay, I oppose this due to our standing show rule already. I went in and I checked to see how many TICA judges and how many CFA judges are in for the first one in the Florida area. And I think there was 7 TICA judges and pretty much the same of CFA judges. I mean, we already have something in place. If people want to show TICA, they can show TICA. If they want to show CFA, they can. If they want to see both CFA and TICA judges, you can do a back-to-back. You can do one day CFA show, one day TICA show. It's already there. So I don't see the benefit in doing this.
Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
Thank you. Our organization has no force majeure in our Constitution. I did write a constitutional amendment. Of course, we didn't have an annual meeting to address that. We have a changing situation, and I'm going to bring up Europe as an example because I've been tracking this quite daily, where areas will be open and then the next week they're shut. 2 weeks ago, Belgium and the Netherlands was wide open. As of this week, Belgium and the Netherlands are closed. It's because COVID is showing different raising and lowering of numbers. Spain and France we can't get to. Maybe next week it can. If a club has a show scheduled and then all of a sudden shows up on we're closed next week, it behooves us to be able to go ahead with that show for those exhibitors within that area. We're looking at very, very localized shows and when I would say markets, I'm sorry, it's 5:20 in the morning for me, but our markets are not only the cat fancy, but our markets are basically what the health commissions of each and every country is coming up with. Okay. We have guidelines, and the original emergency use of TICA judges came about for me, in Region 9 because of an emergency I had. So yes, we know we have emergency use of TICA judges. This opens it up to the World Cat Congress. These are 9 excellent organizations to be able to use on an emergency basis for this show season only.
Okay, George Eigenhauser. Okay, are you not done?
Well, I might as well be.
Okay, George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
And I support this as well. First, I think, as I've said before, it helps if we have a little bit of cross-pollination between the associations, because I believe that when people see the CFA way, the quality shows we put in, the quality of judges we have, we're going to gain more than we lose by a little bit of cross-pollination. But the comment I really want to make here is, this isn't just a matter of saving a few dollars by using a judge that's closer. Even when travel is permitted, it's discouraged. The CDC is encouraging people to stay at home as much as possible to avoid unnecessary air travel. If you can use a local judge who happens to be from another association, rather than flying in a CFA judge from across the country, you're actually doing the responsible thing from a healthcare standpoint in the middle of a freaking pandemic. And we have to think in terms of keeping ourselves a little bit separated, a little bit isolated, and by allowing them to use the local judges, we give them flexibility to do what is not only good financially, but good health as well.
George, did you know that Lorraine Shelton flew from California to Florida last weekend and judged a show?
And I would discourage that behavior completely.
Okay, I'm just telling you, it happened. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Hi, yeah. We talk about giving the clubs a break, and we're going to need to do that as we come out of this COVID crisis or even continue on in it. But rather than give the clubs a break by making an exception to a rule which directly affects our branding, I prefer to look at other alternatives. The fundraisers like the virtual shows, sponsorships, subsidies. Pam's right. We have an in conjunction show system that's already in place. If people really want to have more rings and utilize TICA judges, then we can have an in conjunction show. Others may not agree with me, but I don't believe that this constant blurring of the lines is of any benefit to CFA. This is truly a branding issue. It's Coke versus Pepsi, and that's a very clear marketing position that I think is very important to the identity of CFA.
Thank you, Rachel, or Melanie. Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have a couple of points. First of all, everyone has some people have the opinion that our branding would be threatened if we did this. How do we know that? We've never tried it. This is a test period until the end of the show season. Will we lose our brand in one show season, one partial show season? I don't think so. My second point is, what is the CFA brand? Yes, it is the judges. Judges are a very large part of it, but what about all of our other programs? We have numerous programs that are the best in the world. Our clerks are the best. We have phenomenal clerks. We have a great mentor program. You know, you could go on and on with all the different programs that CFA has to offer. To me, that's our brand, the whole picture, not just a judge in a ring. And last of all, I think we should give it a try. I completely think we should keep an open mind about it, see what happens. If it's a dismal failure and we get a clear picture that it's not going to work for us, no harm done. If it is something that's good for us, then we can go forward and talk about future options. But I think this is a test period that is in the motion that we should consider. Thank you.
Brian Mosier, you're recognized.
The only thing I want to say is I know we say we're just for this show season. I think once you open the door, it's hard to close. I think, and another thing, I think our judges should be included in something like this. We should pull our judges and see how they feel. Because if there's a judge in that area and they're not invited to go to the show, then our brand is hurt. So that's all I have to say.
Pam Delavar, you're recognized for the second time.
Thank you. We've got to remember we're a global organization, and what you may not want to use up in Oregon or Washington State may be very viable, which promotes the CFA brand in Latvia and Lithuania. I have seen no problems with cross-pollination or the lessening of a CFA brand. In fact, it has helped us to get more people, CFA, into more places and more people coming to CFA shows when we are exposed to the other organizations. This is something that is going to help us to survive this year. We have real problems, and it's not caused by millennials not joining us. It is caused by something we cannot control except by our own personal habits.
Okay,
Let's give our people a chance.
Okay, George Eichenhauser, you're recognized for the second time. Rachel Anger, you're recognized for the second time.
Thank you. Yeah, for the things I forgot to say. I think this will allow us to give clubs and exhibitors what they want. And second, it's been mentioned if we have procedures in place, well, we already have those in place in our guest judging rules. Thank you.
Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, you keep saying that this is just a trial basis just for this year because of the COVID. For one thing, we're not even having any shows. So, I mean, where's the lack of judges? I mean, there is no, we're not having shows. I mean, if I was saying we're having a lot of shows and people don't want to fly around, then that would be an issue. But I don't see where there's issue why we should open this up. I think we're just opening up a Pandora's box.
Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think once we open this up, there will be this, we will not close this door. This will go on, so we may as well realize that it will go on beyond the end of this show season. And, you know, I think there was a question about how do we know it would be a problem? So what's our criteria to know if this is a success? I haven't seen anything in the way of setting, you know, what is the objective? How would we know whether it's a success or not? And again, I think someone made a point about branding. This is marketing in many major companies, and I've worked for a couple, Pepsi and Kellogg. This is the sort of thing that would never be done. It just would never be done to blur the lines.
Okay, thank you.
I'm very concerned about this.
Yep, thank you, Kathy. Steve McCauley, you're recognized.
My concern is how many, are there judging qualifications? Are there a number of judges that can judge a show? Because I can have a TICA show, 10 TICA judges next week and judge my CFA show, no problem, and no CFA judges due to Georgia's concern of flying. What's the limits? Where are the rules? Is this something that's going to be redone?
Okay, Carol Krasnowski, you're recognized.
Yes, we already have guest judging policies in place that are pretty specific as to the number of guest judges that are allowed at a CFA show, as well as how many times a guest judge may judge a CFA show in a show season. So
But they want to throw that out the window.
no, they're not. They're not throwing that out the window. I think this should remain in place. In fact, I would be in favor of this proposal if those guest judging policies do remain in place. Is that part of this proposal or a part of the motion? Can someone clarify?
Kenny, it's your motion. Clarify it.
Oh, absolutely. The only thing we're doing is adding the name of TICA to eligible organizations for which we can have a reciprocity with judges.
How about a CFA?
Are they a member of the World Cat Congress?
I don't think they are.
That was not my motion.
Okay.
The motion was World Cat Congress.
You're doing it to help out local clubs in America.
I am doing it specifically to help our member clubs, period. This is what I'm just trying to do, is to give them an opportunity to at least get close to breaking even. The Florida club you had mentioned has already budgeted, even with TICA judges, 2 of them, an $1,800 loss. We need to help our clubs.
Okay, all right, you've made your point. Is there any other body that wants to make? Rich Maston, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think Daryl and Rachel and everybody who spoke in favor of this have some very valid points. And I agree with Kenny that it's not just American clubs, it's all clubs worldwide. And I think one of the motions is Japan has issues with judges being able to travel. But I think what we're all forgetting is this is just an option. It doesn't mean the clubs are actually going to pick TICA judges. And if they do during this rest of this year, that is telling us something that we seriously need to look at. What are we doing that may need to change in the future to attract other exhibitors and help clubs afford expenses? So I'm in favor of this. I'm not convinced that we're going to have a lot of shows that's going to tell us a lot of information, especially if states and countries continue to shut down. But I think we really need to move in this direction and work together. The cat fancy is too small as a whole worldwide. And if we can all work together on this, we may all be able to come out pretty good. But as it is right now, I think we're all going to suffer, and so are our clubs.
Okay, any other comments?
Darrell-san.
This
This is
side.
Yu- Yeah, this is
Ayata-san.
Yuki. Yes, this is Yuki from 8 region.
Yes.
Yes, we are struggling finding CFA judges if I put 6x6 show because there are only 14 Aubrey judge here. So usually enough to hold, to put the show 6x6 ring. But
Okay.
this season, COVID-19, pandemic, happened.
Yes.
We're very difficult to put the show for next year. We are applying, show license, but it's lots of risk asking American CFA judges, to come, in what happened, like export, import, if the government say no, we would have a, emergency, and then I have to replace someone, from, we can't find any replacement except to TICA judges here.
Okay.
Because we're not like European, or America. In America, there are many CFA judges there, but in Japan, only TICA association is going to be almost the same, how do you say it? It's the same judges,
Okay.
way, they do. So
Okay.
we are not fighting, with TICA in Japan, and we're very close. And then even I know many reliable, good judges in TICA Japan. So we would like to door open for them also if they accept our require,
Okay.
So I'm asking you to change a little only for emergency, time,
Okay.
this season.
Okay, thank you so much. Arigato gozaimashita. Anybody else got any comments? So let's call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
No. No.
Okay, would the ayes please identify yourself? We'll start with the officers.
Rachel votes yes.
Rich?
Yes.
George, the directors at large?
About Kathy Calhoun.
Brian, no.
Okay, Brian is no.
George is yes.
Okay, Carol?
Carol is yes.
Melanie?
No.
Okay, Cindy Bird? Is Cindy Bird still on?
No.
I didn't get Kathy's vote when we were doing the officers.
I
Well,
wasn't called on.
I call for yeses. I call for the yes votes. And so we're doing officers, directors at large, and then regional directors.
And what about Kenny?
He's a regional director. I haven't got to them yet. Okay, so we'll wait for Cindy Bird. Can somebody try to email her or WeChat her or do something?
I'll try to get her.
Thank you. Okay, so regional directors. Identify yourself, please.
Kathy Dunham, yes.
Who?
Kathy Dunham.
Okay.
Pam Moser, no.
Okay, I'm calling for the yeses right now.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Sharon is a yes.
Sharon?
Delabar is a yes.
And Delabar is a yes.
Yuki,
Okay.
yes.
Yuki.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I've got 9 yes votes. Is that what you have, Rachel? Okay, so let's hear the no votes. Officers, Kathy Calhoun.
No.
Okay. Regional directors.
Pam, no.
Okay.
Palillo, no.
Okay.
McCullough, no.
Okay.
Brian, no.
I just got a
Okay.
call from Howard and he is a yes.
Howard, okay. That's 10, so the motion's gonna pass. Is there any abstentions? Okay, so for the record, I've got Rich, Rachel, Kenny, George, Carol, Pam Delbark, Kathy Dunham, Sharon Roy, Yuki Hayata-san, and Howard. Are there any other yeses? So Cindy Bird,
Cindy
what's your
Bird
vote?
is no.
Okay. Okay, so it's 10 to 7. So the motion passes. You concur, Rachel? Okay.
I do.
Okay. All right. That's the end of the judging program. So let's go on to breeds and standards. Rachel, that's you.
Yep. Are any of the breeds and standards co-chairs on, Jackie or Teresa? So they have one main action item. If you scroll down, what they would like to do, they presented a policy for the, oh, they're here. Eileen, can we promote Teresa and Jackie, please? Because I'm sure they'll do a much better job presenting this than me. I do want to say before, while they're coming on, I don't know if you all saw the flow chart that Jackie did about breed council membership. I mean, it's phenomenal. It was
great.
It almost made me giggle. It was so cute. And I wish I could do a flow chart like that. And then they also revised the guidelines for submitting proposals. I mean, look at this. It's so cute and very comprehensive. I mean, everything you need to know is right there. And
That's fabulous.
I wish I could do that.
Well, that's what you have me for, Rachel. Don't worry about it.
And they do have an action item they would like to present. So through the chair.
So I think it is attachment 3. If you go down to the 3rd attachment. Oh, yes. So actually, I'd like Teresa to propose this because she's our expert on copywriting or copy proofing and texting. Teresa, are you on?
Yeah, I'm right here. Jackie, can y'all hear me?
Yep. Thank you, Teresa.
Hey
Go
there,
ahead.
guys. So really what this is about housekeeping, and I'm not going to read through it. But really what we're proposing is that the Breeds and Standards Committee go through our Breeds and Standards and just do some housekeeping in regards to grammatical changes and errors. We don't expect our Breed Council secretaries to be grammarians, but what we do want is a public document to be correct. And the changes would not change the standards at all. They are simply changing capitalizations or not capitalizations and some grammars. You can see some of the examples that I gave, changing nouns that are not proper nouns and uncapitalizing them. We would give the Breed Council secretaries a synopsis of the proposed change before it went into effect. What we're asking for is that we be able to do this without making it a ballot item for the breed.
Okay, I need someone on the board to make the motion. Anger, Rachel, you're the liaison.
I will make that motion.
Okay.
Steve, second.
And who was, identify yourself, please.
Steve, second.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So we have a motion and a second for the proposal that Teresa just gave us. Is there discussion? George Eidenhauser?
Yeah, I would ask that this be declared out of order. The CFA Constitution is fairly explicit. The executive board shall not alter or amend any part of the standards for any breed or add thereto without getting the 60% vote. There's no exception for, well, I think these are de minimis changes. There's no exceptions for, I don't like the way it's punctuated. There's no exceptions for small changes. It's always been treated in CFA that it's either on the ballot or it isn't. And if it's not on the ballot, we can't change a breed standard. This would be a complete reversal of longstanding CFA policy.
Okay, Shelley, can you give us a parliamentary ruling on the constitutionality of the motion?
So I looked at this earlier, and it was my understanding that based on the Constitution, you really just can't do it. I know it seems chippy. I know it's only grammar, but grammar can be important. A comma in a certain place can change the meaning of a sentence. I mean, as lawyers, we write whole paragraphs about this kind of stuff on construction of sentences. And so to me, I think that you have to follow the formal protocol, or you have to come up with an exception for grammar, and then you're going to have to vote that in. So that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. So I'll take the parliamentarians' ruling and rule this out of order. Teresa, can you and Jackie go to the breed council secretaries, and maybe you can just give a proposal so that they can look at this. And I mean, this will go on forever in February.
We certainly, Daryl, we certainly can. And actually, prior to this, when we were first discussing it, we went to the breed council secretaries and gave them a heads up that we were discussing it.
Okay, all right. Cindy Bird, you're recognized.
Could we possibly do the grammatical corrections and submit it to the breed council secretaries for them then to present to their breed councils to vote on?
Well, that's why I'm asking Teresa and Jackie to work with them.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can. What our concern of doing it as a ballot item is just on what Teresa's showing there. We would have 12 crossouts and underlines to change R from capital to minor, P from capital to little letter. I mean, the ballot item would be almost illegible if we did it for our standard ballot format. I mean, imagine somebody trying to read that ballot with a big B crossed out and a little B down.
it will take, a 500-sheet ream of paper to do it. So, but anyway, just work with them as best you can, and maybe you can come up with a blanket proposal that they will okay those changes.
Would that be constitutional? Could we get that on a ballot for all the ballots, and would that be considered acceptable to the parliamentarian if all the breed council said, yes, you can do this?
Shelley?
And Shelley, I'll note that I did ask about this earlier.
Okay.
That is true. It did come to me, but I felt I wanted to make sure that we were following proper protocol. Being the CFA's lawyer, I didn't want to just start giving advice all across the board. And so here we are today, and I think that if constitutionally, if they go to the breed council and the breed council approves it, it's still a change that you have to follow your normal procedure on making the change. That's what your constitution allows.
So it sounds like the only way we could do this short of every single ballot with every single standard would be to propose a constitutional amendment at the next manual.
Exactly.
I think that that's your best bet to allow grammatical changes that is approved by the boards to be made without going through the procedure that is required. And I think that that's something that you could do.
Okay, Pam Delabar. Okay, thank you. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Thank you. I agree totally with Shelley on this. We don't want to be the board that back in the 1980s caused this constitutional portion to be put in because of changing breeds. That's when exotics went from short hairs to long hairs, and all sorts of things happened. And the fancy was just up for grabs. We have to follow the word of the Constitution on this.
Okay, so it's out of order. So George, you have anything additional to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say too that when you're preparing items for a breed council ballot, you don't have to do the entire standard, just the parts that are changed. A little careful editing, only the parts that are changes. Really be careful. And I think you can keep the ballots relatively short.
There's lots of errors, George.
Yes, it's loaded, George.
Yeah,
There's one
and that-
standard that used to say underpants.
And this is why we were suggesting this, because it is a public document and appearances matter.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. You got any other additional items?
No, we just want to thank the previous Breeds and Standards Committee Chair Aline for all of her assistance, and we've had a busy month, and we're going to continue going forward.
Yeah, you guys have done a lot of work already, so thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to the next agenda item, which is credentials. Rachel, and can you, I think Nancy Dodds is on, if you can elevate her to a participant, Aline.
Okay, she's elevated. She should be here any second. There she is.
Aline, you have Brian Pearson on our panelist.
How do you get in there? Oh, okay.
He snuck in.
He's out.
All right.
Nancy's in.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, you want to go ahead with your report?
Okay. I just identified the things that we did over the year. We had to address some club issues. But the main thing that we'd like to do is to have the CFA board approve our membership, which gets done every year. Typically, it has been done at the annual, and the people who are on the committee serve for the entire year. Last year, we were asked to present it in April, and we did that. This year, under the special circumstances, we didn't have anybody that got approved for the committee.
Okay.
People serve on the committee as long as they're able to. Yvonne Griffin just retired after 45 years.
Okay.
We have a movement from one person, from Jill Archibald has moved from Region 1 to Region 7. And I'd like to have Kevin Brown be our second representative, along with Marilyn Condi from Region 1.
Okay.
No changes to Region 2, that's Kendall Smith and Aaron Cutchin. Region 3 has no changes, Pamela Bassett and Cheryl Peck. Region 4 is the same, Norm Auspitz and Barbara Schreck. Region 5, Hillary Helmrich and Marianne Martin. Region 6, Nancy Peterson and Jim Denison. Region 7, Donna Andrews and Jill Archibald. The past year, we didn't have an alternate. I've asked 2 people to be alternates in case we have absentees at the annual. Betty Bridges from Region 1 and Marilee Griswold from Region 7. They've all agreed to serve if the board has approved.
Okay. So Rachel, would you like to make that motion to approve the membership list of the committee?
I move that we approve the credentials committee list as presented.
Kenny
Okay.
seconds.
Thank you, Kenny. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to any of the members of the committee? Hearing no objections, the committee appointments are ratified. Thank you, Nancy. You have anything else for the board?
No, that's it at this time. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nancy. We really appreciate your hard work. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is club applications, and the chair recognizes Carol Krasnowski.
Yes, the first item on the agenda is a club name change request. The reason for the name change request is in the report. And I have to say, I support this change and I commend the club for being proactive in requesting this change. So the action item is to approve the request by the Keystone Cat Club to change their name to Keystone Cats effective immediately.
Okay, is there a
George
second?
seconds. George
Thank
seconds.
you, George. Is there any discussion on this motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion is passed by unanimous consent. The first club applicant, Carol?
Yes, the first club applicant tonight is the International Toy Bobcat Club. This is a toy bob breed club that is based in Jackson Heights, New York. The membership is true and international in scope and includes many breeders and exhibitors from a variety of countries worldwide. Among the members are a number of individuals with extensive experience in all areas of show production. This club plans to promote CFA and the toy bob breed by holding educational seminars and mentoring new breeders. If accepted, the club wishes to produce shows in the areas of Norfolk or Stamford, Connecticut, and also help other local clubs with shows. The North Atlantic Regional Director supports this club. I move that we accept the club.
Okay, a second.
George will second.
Thank you, George. Is there any discussion?
If I could make a comment, one of the things I really look for in a new club is bringing in new people. I know we usually think of clubs as being the workhorses of CFA putting on shows. This particular club is also promoting a breed, but we also want to bring in new people. This club did a tremendous job getting people on board. I think they're bringing something like 26 people into CFA who don't otherwise belong to a club. I think that's a tremendous job, and I think they should be commended.
Yes, I agree, George. Any other comments? Any objections to the acceptance of International Toy Bobcat Club? Hearing no objection, the club is accepted by unanimous consent. Congratulations to the new member club. Go ahead, Carol, with the second club.
Yes, the next club is the Show Me Cat Fanciers. This club is located in Mound, Minnesota, a city in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Most members are experienced breeders and exhibitors, and a number of them have show production experience. This is a Persian and exotic breed club, and if accepted, they plan to produce shows in Joplin, Missouri, an area that was active in the past, but where there have not been any shows in years. A negative letter was received, to which there are 2 responses in the file. A main point of concern in the letter was that the secretary lives in Minnesota, not Missouri. If the board finds this to be an issue, the club has agreed to switch officers in order to be accepted. The Midwest Regional Director supports this club. I move that we accept the club.
Second.
George will second.
Okay, thank you, George. Is there any discussion? Rachel? Rachel, you have your hand up? No? Okay. Anybody else? Are there any objections to the acceptance of the Show Me Cat Fanciers? Hearing no objections, Show Me Cat Fanciers is accepted into the CFA family by unanimous consent. Congratulations to the club. Any other issues, Carol?
That's it for club membership.
Thank you very much, Carol. You're next on the agenda with the CFA Foundation.
Yes, the foundation submitted a report. It's basically an update on what's been happening with the museum. As you will note in the report, right now the museum has actually been closed since March 14th. And it's currently open, but only by appointment. So if anyone is interested and able to make the trip there, please contact Karen Lawrence at the museum to make an appointment to visit.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have the central office report. Aline.
Okay. All right, try and make this quick.
So the first item we have are those clubs that we discussed in June that were suspended for unpaid entry surcharges, and it was tabled until August. We attempted to make further contact with the clubs, but we didn't hear back from 2 of the clubs. One club offered, Oriental Fashion offered to pay $900, which was the penalty fee. We explained that that was not the entire amount owed, and that was, and we didn't receive any other correspondence. So I'm
Okay,
not sure how the board wants to go.
Yeah, I need, I tell you something, I have spent email after email trying to get Daniel to pay this, and he just won't do it. So I told him, I said, well, your club will be dropped tomorrow night. And they've done a lot of work for CFA in the malls over there, but we expect the clubs to pay their fees. And so I even made an offer to try to help them out, but that was not accepted in a favorable term. So I need someone to make the motion.
George will make the motion. We drop the clubs listed.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Who, Rich? Was
Yep.
that you? Okay,
Yep, I'll
George,
second.
okay, Rich seconded. Is there any discussion? I think this is pretty straightforward. Is there any objection to the dropping of these 3 clubs for non-payment of their co-fees and penalties? Okay, hearing no objections, the motion is accepted and ratified. Next, Eileen.
The next item is for information only. It was regarding a claim for a grand household pet of distinction. It could have been perceived as being received beyond the 90-day deadline. However, it was within the time frame of what a normal show season would be. So we felt that that was reasonable. We would like to process this claim and make a note that with the new show season and going forward, it's automatic and the situation will no longer exist.
Okay.
Okay, so that's just information. Okay.
Carol.
Rachel seconds.
Okay, Carol made a motion to accept this one time.
Second.
Okay.
Steve will second it.
All right. Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
Rich,
Daryl.
go ahead.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification, and I might have this wrong, but I don't believe CFA canceled its show season. We just canceled the shows through the rest of the season. That doesn't mean the full season was canceled. And the reason why I bring that up is we don't need to rethink this when the show season is already identified, so we can avoid issues and challenges like this in the future. We could have simply canceled the shows for X number of weeks and then restarted them. So we don't want any policies that cancel the show season. Show season starts however it's set up in the show rules. I don't think we need any modifications to it if we cancel shows.
Well, I think all we're doing here is approving the action done by the central office.
Okay, very good.
Okay, that's my understanding. Is that your intent, Eileen?
Yes.
Okay, so Carol made the motion and Steve seconded. Is there any other discussion? Is there any objection to the central office completing this process? Hearing no objection, then it's ratified. Okay, Eileen, go on to the CFA
Thank
logo.
you. Okay, so the CFA logo, I don't know if hopefully everybody had a chance to take a look at the redesigned CFA logo, so you'll have some idea of what we're talking about. When we started looking at a variety of things, we realized that in the original logo, the cats are really small. We have the very large letters. The cats were so small. We started to enlarge the cats, refine the shape, but of course that left us with no initials in the back. So we were presenting this redesign of the CFA logo for your consideration, hopefully approval, but certainly some feedback if you like this direction, and if you don't like it, we could talk offline about other suggestions.
Okay, George, have your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm not really in love with any of these. I mean, the blown up cats look bigger, but they don't look more cat-like for having the additional size. And I really don't, I'm not artistic, so I'm not pretending I can tell you how to fix it. But it just, I don't look at that logo and think cat.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Thank you. I look at this and I don't see refinement of the cats. It seems to be rather distorted and out of balance. I'm a George. I'm not real thrilled about either of them.
Okay, Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Yeah, from a marketing perspective, changing a logo is a big deal and not something that we should take on lightly. I really don't have a problem with our current one. I think it looks very elegant, very refined, and CFA is prominent there, which is important. The cats, I agree with both Pam and George, look more elegant and not as blurry and stylized. So I'm not sure that I see a need for this, frankly.
Okay, we need a motion if we're going to talk on this anymore.
Okay.
Somebody needs to make a motion to accept one of the logos.
I make a motion to accept one of the logos. This is Steve.
Okay.
I'll second. Kenny seconds.
Okay. All right. So we got a motion and a second. Pam, you have your hand still up?
Sorry.
Kenny?
Yeah, I know I am old fashioned. I like the old logo. It's just the way I feel. I know that, you know, we'd like to do something different, but the old logo is it predominantly is our lettering. And I think it looks great.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment, debate? Kenny, you want to take your hand down? Okay, so we had several negative comments, so I'm not going to do unanimous consent. I'm going to call for the vote. So all those in favor of changing our logo, the bottom one here, to one of the options at the top, signify by saying yes if you're in favor. No yeses. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
Yes.
Any abstentions?
Rich abstains.
Okay, Rich abstains, so the motion fails. Okay, sorry, Eileen.
No, that's okay. I just presented it.
Yep.
Doesn't hurt my feelings.
Okay, all right.
All right.
You have yeah, you have more here. Okay, go ahead.
So, you know, at the June board meeting, we made a motion to have the 2020 yearbook be the last one. And then we moved on to Cat Talk, the online almanac and e-points, and how we were going to merge things together, keep some of the things from the yearbook in a publication. So Shelley Borowski, Teresa Kiger, and I met talking about relocating some of the information. And we had a matrix and a chart to do that. This is an overview of the basics for the August edition of Cat Talk would be the National Awards edition, October issue regional, and the breed issue. And then there's the February Cat Talk, which is already the breeder issue, and April is kitten. Many of the items would be moved online. So we believe that we covered the items that are of historical value that appear in the yearbook. We recommend that Cat Talk and Online Almanac e-points be unbundled. We recommended that back in the June meeting, and it was requested to come back with more information. We put some financials together, but I'd like the opportunity to further look at what would be good prices and to further explore this whole scenario with the finance committee and perhaps a couple of other people before we move in this direction. We've got some time, you know, we bring something into October. We'll just continue things as we have them right now. There's no shows that have been held, meaning there's nothing to really update for the online almanac. So there's really no harm in waiting until October. And I think we can come back with a better package with better pricing for the board to look at and consider.
Well, I think you're going to have to make a sell to the clubs and the breeders, you know, by discontinuing the yearbook, you know, and let them know that, you know, it's going to sort of, the yearbook's going to be divided up into certain sections of cat talk, so that the historical perspective is still maintained.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then you'll bring that back in October.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Aline. You have
Thank
any
you.
other things you need to bring up?
No, I don't.
Okay. James Sembro, excuse
Oh,
me.
no, Daryl?
Yeah.
Daryl, I had my hand up.
Oh,
if
I'm
I
sorry. I didn't see it, Pam. Go ahead.
We've had a lot of negative reaction to doing away with the yearbook here in Europe. It's really rather coveted, and unfortunately, the shipping is what caused a lot of people not to get the yearbook. As far back as the 1980s, the yearbook has not made money. We were charging $25 for a yearbook that cost us $29 to publish at that time. It was considered the cost of doing business, the cost of our CFA brand, even back in that time. I forwarded to I think it was to Rachel what Domenico Granata had brought forward to me, and he's come forward with other ideas.
South Carolina Congressman James Clyburn. Sir, it's great to see you. Thanks so much for coming back. I told you I'd try to get you back soon when I last saw you. Thank you for being here.
Hey, whoever might please mute your microphones, everybody.
So when we talked a few days ago, I asked for your take on how the Biden campaign is doing, and you talked about the
Pam, are you still there?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would, he's brought up ideas such as flip books, all sorts of things. I would like to forward this on to Aline and the yearbook committee to look at these things before we actually bury the yearbook, if that would be okay.
Okay, well, why don't you work with Aline, and you can bring up your proposal along with her proposal at the October meeting, okay?
Thank you.
All right, James Sembro, IT report.
Hi, Daryl. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Going to make it quick here. Just want to say that we really are nearing the end of moving everything off the HP. We're really down to two what we've been calling modules, the clerking records and the white pages. Aline and I have talked about clerking, and we talked with Shirley about what really needs to be recorded in the computer system versus what are kept in paper records. So we're actually looking at simplifying that to mainly keep costs down. And there's really information that doesn't need to be saved in the system for that type of thing. So that's good news that the HP is, we may be able to put that one to bed finally. GDPR, we're continuing to move on to all the recommendations that were made. If you visited the CFA website in the last couple of days, you may have noticed the cookies notification at the bottom of the page. This is a GDPR requirement now. And the plugin is actually geared to work with the WordPress website that we have. We will, on GDPR, we're going to be contacting the regions about the regional websites here in the coming months. Even though the regional websites are managed by the regions because they, kind of identify as CFA, we do need to make sure that they follow GDPR guidelines as well. So we're going to prepare documents and guidelines on what they'll need to do, and we'll be doing reviews of those websites to help them out, meeting those goals.
Okay.
Genetics program, I want to give Steve Merritt, major kudos for the work he's done. I think in my report, I said he had covered 18 breeds. He's now up to 23 breeds that he has gone through.
Okay.
This is covering hundreds, if not thousands, of color descriptions, and then testing those, writing the questions on how to navigate the color selections. So he's done tremendous work on that. Last thing I just want to talk about is the ePoints. We have a new ePoints system, if you want to call it, or reporting that's going to be going live very soon. The first show that will be reported on there is the Japan show that was weekend before last. And that'll be hosted on eCat. So that is one of the last things that is on the old secure CFA server, other than the cat breeder listing service that we do. But once that's live on eCat, users will just go to their eCat account to view ePoints. They're very interactive in that you can select, championship, premiership, next, split season kittens, region, breed. It's basically the same as reports now, but it's a little more easier to use, I think. And most importantly, it allows you to download that data into an Excel spreadsheet. So that's always been a big request of people, that it's easily importable into their own spreadsheets that they keep during the season. So that's going to be very exciting to go live here very, very soon. We've matched up, everybody's online account has been matched up to an eCat account. So if everybody's using the same eCat account that they've always, that they used before, they should see their ePoints, it should be a menu item there. If not, it's easily, we can get it back up and running for that user. If they use in a different eCat account, we can move it over. That's all easy to do. So, any questions on anything?
Anyone have any questions? Steve McCullough?
Yes. Will you be contacting our website people who do this and working with them to get this up to date? Because I know nothing about it, and I know they don't either.
On the GDPR?
Why, yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I say. We're going to be contacting we'll probably reach out to regional directors first to find out who in your region is actually maintaining the regional website.
Okay. That's all
Any
I
other
needed to know.
questions? Oh, thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, James. We appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a yearbook. Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Okay, there's no board action items. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for Pam Mosier on the yearbook? Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Let's move on to finance.
Thank you, Daryl.
Yep.
Just a quick review of where we are with our finances and our investments. As of July 7th, our total account balances are $2,668,108.25. Since I wrote this report a week prior, the Wells Fargo account balances are more than what is listed here, and the two accounts are up an additional $18,804.60 for a total increase of $123,213.60 since May 1st. So from a long-term investment standpoint, we're doing very well. In terms of the combining long-term investment accounts, including the Synchrony and the Huntington gains and losses prior to the transfer, all the accounts are up 126,103.44 since May 1st. Okay. So things are going well on that side, but as we all know, things can change depending on the financial economy. So we'll just keep moving things along. We're gonna stay where we are with our investments and just
So,
keep a
Rich,
close eye. Yeah, Daryl.
Are you nearing your points 2 and 3 that you wanted to be in closed session, because we need to decide whether we're going to move those items into the closed session portion?
Oh, yes. We should. Very good. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, we should move action item number 2 and action item number 3 into closed session. And if you need a motion, that's my motion.
Okay, is it okay to show them on screen? It's the discussion you want in closed session, is that correct?
I want everything on item number 3 in closed session.
Okay, so you don't want it shown on screen?
That's right.
Okay, all right. So Pam Mosier?
Yes. What is item number 3? I can't see it on the screen.
Well, he doesn't want it posted, so you'll have to look on your file.
Well,
It's Pam, it's the request from the Mid-Atlantic Cage Service.
oh, okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
and item number 2, Pam, is
It's Megan's.
right. And I just want the discussion in closed session. I don't care if what's listed there is posted. There's not much information.
So Aline, if you can scroll up so we can see what 2 and 3 action items 2 and 3 are.
Well, I already removed them from the report because I thought they were being closed session. If they're in closed session, they shouldn't be seen. So they're.
You took them off. Okay.
I took them. Yes, they were all the way. Down.
Okay.
Way down.
All right. Okay. So, Rich, I need you to defend why you want it to be in closed session.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a question before that.
Okay.
Because I thought we were still on his report, and I wanted clarification from Rich on the IX Center agreement negotiation.
Okay.
I wanted to know, so we have no signed contracts with them as of yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know on that.
Okay, Daryl, next. What did you want me to do?
Well, are you done with the rest of your report except for action items 2 and 3, or do you still have other stuff?
I have to do show sponsorship, and I have an action item for that.
Okay, let's go ahead and get that done.
Okay, I won't review all the details there. Just to save some time, what I'd like to do is just brief you on an issue that came about with the most recent show, requesting their second payment, which requires post-show marketing invoices. Well, because of the situation with COVID-19 and you can't have spectators in these show halls, there is no marketing dollars being spent. What's happening is the clubs are spending money on masks, gloves, sanitizer, signage, and what have you. But under the current program, in order for the club to receive the second $500 payment, they have to provide the marketing invoices. So we need to make a change somehow for this year that addresses, we will not require the marketing invoices due to the current restrictions on no spectators. And I think what we need to do is award the $500 because there's going to be additional funds needed to handle the social distancing, the mask, the gloves, and signage. So I don't know if, I think we should make it official and have the board approve that if that's the direction the board wants to go.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
So my motion is we suspend the post-show requirement for clubs to submit marketing invoices for the second payment, and we pay the second payment with no post-show requirements, just as long as the show is held.
George seconds.
Okay. Any discussion? Kathy Calhoun?
Yeah, question for Rich. Do we really need to take away the post-show advertising requirement? It could, but just add providing receipts for PPE, equipment, masks, gloves, what have you, to adhere to local COVID requirements.
So Kathy, are you suggesting they could do one or the other?
Right. Or they could do, I mean, if there's, yeah, because right now there's not going to be any spectators, so it's not likely to be advertising dollars. So
Right.
just add, in addition to, we will support the gloves, the masks, the tape for social distancing, those sorts of things, so long as they can provide receipts. Because that may go on beyond, advertising may come back in subsequent years, but that potentially could go on as well. I mean, you know, so it would prevent us from having to go back if someone actually could have a show with maybe a few spectators and they wanted to do a little bit of advertising, they would still be able to get sponsorship based on the existing provisions if we leave the advertising in there and just add the PPE.
Okay, as long as we're not adding it as an addition to, it's, you know, not another $500 for PPE. It's the combination of, or
the cap could still be 500.
Yeah, okay. I'm willing to make a change.
No,
okay.
Don't.
Don't?
Don't.
No, don't.
Don't, okay.
Don't.
Let everybody finish talking about it, Daryl.
Okay, Pam Delabar?
$500 of PPE is a lot of PPE for no spectators, very few exhibitors, and what you're going to have to space out in getting larger show halls. I would just soon let the clubs have, for the rest of this FY, the $1,000. Give it to them up front.
Okay, George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, I agree with everything Pam said. The clubs are hurting on so many different levels. They're losing gate. They're probably going to have fewer exhibitors. They're going to have more expensive for a lot of things. This isn't about buying some hand sanitizer. This is about helping clubs that are getting crushed out there because of the pandemic. The money is already budgeted. We have money available for this. The clubs are hurting. Let's not get overly precise and start requiring they spend it on this, that, or the other. Let's just give them the money because they're hurting, they put on a show, and they need our help.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, your hand's still up.
Oh, I'm going to take it down.
Okay, Brian Mosier, did you want to say something? You had your hand up.
George said it for me.
Okay, good deal. All right, so Rich, state your motion again, please.
So I'm not gonna change it then. Sorry, Kathy. I'm gonna stick with what I had, that we suspend the post-show requirement of marketing, and we just afford the clubs the full $1,000.
And you're going to pay it up front.
Yeah, we can pay it up front. That's fine. It goes through the rest of this fiscal year.
Okay, all right. Is there any objection to the motion? Oh, Steve McCullough, you have your hand up.
Is this retro to the shows that were canceled?
No.
Because I know we got $500 for the show coming up, but do we have to submit receipts now for the other 500, or do we get another $500 check?
Whatever policy we established way back when on cancellation shows, we're going to stick with it. Otherwise, we got to change it. We got to go back to looking at what we established back in, I forget what month it was.
So your motion is starting from now on.
That's correct.
Now onward.
Yep.
Okay. Steve, does that answer your question?
Yep, thanks.
Okay. All right. So any other questions? Is there any objection to Rich's motion? Okay, hearing no objections, the motion passes by unanimous consent. Okay, Rich, anything else?
That's all I have on that part. And then the board action items where I'm requesting item 2 and 3 be in closed session. I don't know what we have to further do with that.
Let's do your action item 1 here.
Okay, I'm going to turn that over to Kathy. She agreed she'd take the lead on that one.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so the reason I've requested that this come to the board is to recommend that any accommodations we make for Rolanda's Cat Club, or for any matter, any other cat club, be offered to all cat clubs impacted by CFA canceling shows due to COVID-19. So Rolanda's came to us, I believe, actually prior to us publishing the policy, and asked for support. They had not in advance requested sponsorship funds, and the amount they are requesting is in excess of the $1,000 cap that we established with the program. While I am not opposed to granting Rolanda's additional funding, but if we assist Rolanda's, I think we need to go back to all of the clubs that may have been impacted and advise them that we have increased the cap to whatever we allow Rolanda's. They may have had receipts in excess of what they submitted, but they were under the impression that the cap for post-show reimbursement was $500. So in my mind, I think if it's fair, and it's probably, like I said, I have no problem with supporting Rolanda's if we in time apply that to the rest of the clubs that were impacted. And the other piece that I would like to mention is that there may not be many clubs that this may impact. I know there's one club that had not requested sponsorship support, and we were about to tell them no. We put that one on hold. I don't know what this will cost, because I don't know if clubs had advertising dollars that they did not submit requests for because they were playing by the rules as we established. So I guess I just want to put this caveat out there. We can discuss Rolanda's, the amount of money that we think might be fair. I think Rich had something in the mind of maybe $1,500, but I would like to see, if we do that, then the cap for the rest of the clubs impacted in the same way under that program should be increased from $1,000 to $1,500, or whatever the number is we established for Rolanda's.
Okay, you guys need to make a motion of some kind so we can enter into debate.
Well, we can make a motion that we, I think Rolanda's initially had a request for about $7,000, and they were able to find receipts for $4,900, if I'm correct on that. I would propose a motion that we provide Rolanda's with a $1,500 sponsorship proposal, or a sponsorship in the amount of $1,500, and that we also apply that to any other club that was canceled within that time period.
Okay, with documentation.
With documentation and receipts of the expenditure.
Okay, and tell me again, did Rolanda's get sponsorship money from CFA?
They did not apply for it.
They didn't
So
apply for
in the strictest terms of how we set the initial program together, the program was set up for clubs that had applied for sponsorships. We allowed them to keep their initial $500, no questions asked, And if they had spent money for advertising, they could submit receipts for post-show sponsorship with a $500 cap.
Okay. So you're basically saying the $1,500 would have been the $1,000 they would have got had they requested sponsorship plus an additional 500.
Correct. And as I said, they may or may not have done that. They may not have spent to that degree. But I think, in all fairness, what's good for one club is good for all clubs.
Okay. So we've heard Kathy's motion. I need a second.
Delabar seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Pam. Rachel Anger, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. Also, in that same discussion, Kathy references was a provision where we would entertain other situations on a case-by-case basis. I support the first part of the motion, even though I don't support the amount. You know, they've already reduced it by half to $4,400. I would think more like $2,200 would be a fair amount to award them. But I think we should carry on with the system that we are voted on, that we would take it on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Actually, Rachel said what I was going to say.
Okay, Shelley, you have your hand.
All I heard was a time frame, but I didn't hear an actual time frame, so I felt like the motion wasn't specific enough.
Okay. Kathy, you want to add a time frame?
I believe that the time frame was from March 16th through April 30th.
Okay.
Let me go back. I'm going to check that. Give me 1 minute.
Will you check and we'll let Kenny talk? You recognize Kenny.
Daryl. I just thought of a different compromise. Rolandos, as you well know, has, I mean, they are the cat club in the country of Ukraine. And presently we support our any show that goes on with the $500 and the $500 for advertising. So obviously they had put a lot of money in. They've come down 50% on what they have spent. My recommendation, if we could even think about it, over the next 3 years, just pay them $1,500 instead of the $1,000, and then that would equal their $4,500. And that way they could be, it would be made up over time as opposed to giving them one flat sum of $2,200 or half of what they're asking for right now.
All right, well, the motion is $1,500 right now. So Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
I thought the motion was to be over all clubs and that Rolandos would be considered separately. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
Can I speak?
Yes.
So the total reimbursement that Rolandos asked for was $4,599, I believe.
Right.
And the motion is to provide them reimbursement at the $1,500 level. Not the $4,599.
Okay. All right. I've heard a couple people offer different dollar amounts. Is there anybody that wants to make an amendment to the $1,500? Rich Masson, your hand's up.
Well, I would, somebody said it earlier, and I'm not sure who said it. It might have been Rachel. I like the $1,500 amount, but I do not want to make it apply to all clubs. I want to keep this case by case as we initially set the program, because otherwise we've got to go back to all the clubs that have canceled, and I have that somewhere here. It was in my report, and I think we have a total of, it's a large number of canceled shows. 29 last season, and already this year, 15 of 17 shows canceled. So we're at 44 clubs that have already canceled. That goes back to March 16th. So I would encourage Kathy to change the motion that it's specific to a case-by-case basis, with Rolanda's offering them $1,500.
So somebody needs to make an amendment.
Can I make the amendment?
Yep.
I would like to amend the motion to $1,500 offer to Rolanda's for the funds that they spent on marketing their show.
Steve, second.
Hang on a second. You need to add in it's case by case. We're not going to go back and look at the other shows. That's what you're amending from her motion.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that. And we continue to look at these case by case.
Okay.
Kenny seconds.
All right. So is there any discussion on the amendment? Rachel, you have your hand up.
Yep. There we go. I support the motion, but I'm gonna vote no because of the amount.
Well, you can change, we can amend the amount too.
May I do that now?
Well, let's do this amendment, and once it passes, then you can make your amendment to change the dollar amount. You can have two amendments on a motion. Shelley, do you have your hand up? Pam Delavar?
I agree with Rachel on the case-by-case basis. I would like to see a higher amount for Rolanda's.
Okay, well, let's do the amendment, and then we'll talk about that. Okay, so is there any further discussion, Rachel?
I would like to amend that motion.
Hang on a minute. Let's do the amendment we got right now, and then you can, once that passes, then you can amend it. Okay. Just keep your mic on. Okay. So the Rich's motion is to take it case by case, and anybody else has to file on an individual basis to get any additional reimbursement. Is that correct, Rich? Rich?
That is correct.
Okay,
correct.
All right. All right, so is there anybody that objects to Rich's amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody in favor of Rich's amendment, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no, and state your name, please.
Pam, no.
Pam Mosier, no.
No.
Okay, who else?
I need some, I'm sorry, Daryl. Can I just ask for a point of clarification?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So we're going to do this on a case-by-case basis. I'm assuming, is that retroactive?
It's in your time frame. Is
Okay.
that correct, Rich?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the difference between what I said and what Rich is saying is that we won't proactively reach out to the clubs, but if they
Correct.
reach out to us, we will address it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I have Pam Mosier's no. Anybody else no? Any abstentions? Okay, Rich's amendment passes. Now, Rachel, you want to amend the dollar amount, is that correct?
Right. I want to amend the dollar amount to $2,250.
Okay.
$2,250, which is roughly half of their requested amount of reimbursement.
Okay.
Kenny
All right.
seconds.
And
Kenny
George will
seconds.
roughly second.
Okay, so Rachel made the motion. I heard Kenny second. All right, anybody want to debate this? No debate? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
State your
No.
name, please.
Brian.
Somebody else said no.
Cindy, no.
Cindy, no.
Steve, no.
Steve, no. Any abstentions? All right, so Rachel's dollar amendment passes. So now the amended motion is Rich's and Rachel's combined. So is there any discussion? Any club in the time frame can come to CFA and ask for money. We will issue $22.50 to Rolanda's to help settle their claim. Is there any further debate on the amended motion? Okay. Is there any objection to the amended motion? You want to register no?
Daryl?
Yep.
So the time frame, I believe, was March 21, 22 through May 30, 31.
Okay. All right. So Rachel, you'll note that in the motion, correct? Okay. So hearing no objection, the motion passes by unanimous consent. Okay. Anything else, Rich?
No, thank you.
Okay, so now, do you want to debate whether items 2 and 3 are in closed session or open session?
Right. I think that the number 2, I don't even think is a negotiation or anything whatsoever. I see no reason why that should be in closed session. And the other one is what they're asking in that is a proposal. It is not an agreement. An agreement would be, you would say this amount, everything would be in there, and that we agree. They would have what they're listing, and then we would agree to that, and it would be an actual contract. It's not, it's just a proposal. So I state that should not be, according to our closed session reasons, it's not a contract negotiation.
Okay.
It's not a legal matter. It is just a proposal.
Okay, Cindy Bird, you're in charge of the Legal Advisory Committee. Can you weigh in on this, please?
Yes, I think that it is a contract negotiation because eventually we'll be coming to a decision regarding this, and our thoughts need to be kept to ourselves until we're ready to publish them.
Okay, is this on proposal 2 and 3?
Yes, it is.
Pam, are you okay with that?
No, I just want to, I'm not, it's just the way I feel. So I just like to register. I mean, no one's going to vote with me, but I would like my vote registered as no.
Okay, so we're going to move. So Rich, your motion is to action items 2 and 3 be moved to closed session.
That is correct.
Okay, I need a second.
I second.
George seconds.
Okay, George, I heard you say second.
Sure.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Pam, no.
Okay, Pam Mosier votes no. Any abstentions? Okay, so items 2 and 3 will be moved to closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, Rich, you said something about a new motion.
No, we did it. It was the sponsorship.
Okay, all right, good deal. Thank you. Ambassador Katz is next, Rich, and you're on for that.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. On File Vista is the near final version of the Ambassador Cat 2021 calendar. And Karen Lane and Teresa Kiger and Karen's team has worked on this. They picked some beautiful photos to include in it. And the last piece to all this is finalizing the inside back cover in outlining some of the different CFA programs and offerings. And Teresa's working on that, and once that's completed, it'll be proofed, and then hopefully it'll be going to the printer to produce a hard copy proof sometime in September. I just wanted to bring that up. It came in late last week, this information, and I couldn't get a report done in time. But I did want to share the image of the calendar.
Okay. Anything else on that, Rich?
Does anybody have any questions I can take back to Karen? Thank you.
Okay, treasurer's report, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Okay. So Aline, can you scroll to the treasurer's report? All right. So I'm just going to draw this. This is pretty much a simple report. This for this meeting. We don't have the events that we typically would. We would either be reporting preliminary information about the annual or early information about the international. So we don't have those events. But what I do want to just quickly draw your attention to the bottom of the report. So Aline, if you could scroll down to the bottom of the report. Well, not all the way there. Stop there. There you go. So I think it's important for us to understand that income versus expenses, we were positive, but only $22,075.81. That's the third line item down. The rest of this profit comes from investments, which was, you know, as Rich has already covered in his report, were significant. So our bottom line for this period of May through June, we're positive $83,317.13. But I just don't want us to get a false sense of security because the investments, as we all know, could change. Up or down, we hope it'll be up, continue to be positive and solid, but that could change. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that, and that's all I have for today.
Great, thank you very much, Kathy. Very nice report. Okay, our next agenda item is committee appointment.
Daryl,
Yep, yes.
There's two hands raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pam.
Okay. I know that this is showing that there was an increase, but I think it's time for us to come up with a budget that projects a decrease in income of 60%. This is due to the possibilities of a huge swing in China registrations and registrations from all over the world going down. So I just think that on our next budget, we should have that projection because we need to look forward.
Okay, Cindy Bird, you're recognized.
I know I'm new to this, but I know we've lost, paid off, whatever, a couple or few employees. And it seems to me that it would be reasonable for us to see exactly where we're saving money as opposed to what we're making.
Okay, Kathy, you want to answer that?
Certainly. So the detailed financials by line item are in File Vista. So you can see exactly the changes from year on year for about 300 categories, one of which is central office and salaries. A lot of that $25,000 savings, expenses were down, was due to that very fact. But all of that level of detail is in a folder on File Vista. It's labeled Financials 2020, 2021. And there's a huge report there that will give you a tremendous amount of detail.
Thank you, Kathy. When I have access to that, I'll definitely take a look.
You don't have access to File Vista?
I sent you the login, Cindy. Did you not get it?
I got the login, but apparently there is something more that I need, but we'll deal with that later.
Okay. All right, Rachel, can you take care of that with Kathy? With Cindy, I mean. Okay. All right, Rich, you have your hand up.
Yeah, can I just ask Pam, Pam Mosier, can you clarify what you're looking for in a budget again?
Well, you know, when we go to our budget next time, because we could start having, you've raised this question before too. that with China registrations going down, could possibility of going down, that our budget would be 60% less. That being said, we should be budgeting at a 60% less in registrations to just in case that happens, because right now we're not, taking that into consideration.
Well, we are, and China, I believe, represents a little greater than 60%. But we're not going to see a 60% decrease in the income immediately. So we rely on the monthly registration numbers. And I believe the last report we reviewed indicated an improvement. At one time, we were running a 10% decrease in registrations, I believe, for the first 3 or 4 months of the calendar year, January, February, March, and April. Then we saw things change. And then I believe in the month of June, I believe it was June, we saw a nice tick up that helped bring the 10% decline down to maybe 7 points or 7.2. So we are, when we built this budget, we accounted for that because we knew where we were January, February, March, and April when we finalized that budget. So I agree that over time, and when I say over time, not in 12 months, but maybe in 36 or 48 months, if we can't resolve some of the global issues, top line numbers, we could potentially see a 60% decline. But we've got to make a lot of changes to avoid that. So, we're not building 3, 4, and 5 year budgets, and I don't know that we need to. Maybe we should, but based on how things have been going for the last 10 years, there has not been a need to do 3, 4, and 5 year budgets because we're trying to take care of whatever needs we have. But we are taking that into consideration, Pam.
Okay, I was just making sure. Go ahead.
Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Thank you. So one of the things that we have started to do is 6 months in, the budget committee will meet again. It'll probably be Zoom, but we'll meet again and we do like what is called like a reset. All organizations do this. To look at the budget and see what has occurred differently than what we proposed. And we would definitely do that this year because this is a highly unusual year. I would think that one of the other things, and we did make accommodations with registration, but I think one of the other things that in some ways has helped our bottom line significantly is that, as much as we miss having the annual costs money. We don't come out on the positive side of an annual. We come out on the negative side of an annual, and we know that, we understand that. It's an award ceremony. It's a recognition of past, accomplishments. We don't expect to make money on it, but we didn't have one this year, so that money that we typically would have lost, we did not. The international show over the past couple of years have made somewhere between $11,000 and $14,000. So it's not, not having the annual really off, it was a tremendous change in our financial position, which flows down to the bottom line. Extremely unusual year that we're not seeing, some of the things that we would traditionally have a negative impact on, like, for instance, we're not getting any monies from surcharges and those sorts of things, but we had a big savings in not having the annual, as unfortunate as that was. The other thing that we had a big savings on is these Zoom conference calls or board meetings. This is a huge savings We don't have all of the airfares. We don't have all of the hotel. We don't have all of the food. So this is a huge savings by doing this via Zoom. So all of those things have flowed to the bottom line. And again, you know, we will see fluctuations, and we will in about 6 months, right? In the November, December timeframe, we will do a reset and take another hard look at the budget.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Rich, you have your hand up. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Kathy? No? Okay. Can we go to the next agenda item, Aline, which is committee appointments? And while Aline is bringing this up, I will take a mea culpa here. I had no idea that there was a household pet advisory committee that had been appointed, because that was not on the list on the CFA website. And so I'm making a correction to that at this meeting. I've added a chair, which is Jenny Wickel, and she come highly recommended from, she's from Region 7, and she came highly recommended to me from several people. And I have kept Sue Robbins as the East Coast rep and Julie Benzer as a West Coast rep. So I'm asking someone to make a motion to ratify the appointment to the Household Pet Advisory Committee.
George moves we ratify the appointments.
Thank you, George. A second.
Kenny,
Kenny, thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the appointment of the Household Advisory Committee? Kathy?
Is there a liaison?
Oh, I need a volunteer.
George volunteers.
Thank you, George. So Rachel, can you add George in as a liaison for the Household Pet Advisory Committee?
I will do that.
Thank you very much. And just, I sent a note out to the board that I had appointed a special committee, and the committee is called the CFA Modernization Steering Committee, and Leanne Rupie is the chair of that. And I talked to her at length a couple of days ago, and she's already got her committee together, a special Facebook page, and I'm hoping that they're going to come up with some really, she's got really people that are really smart. And so I'm looking forward to seeing her report in October. So, and just one other announcement. Whenever I did the committee appointments in June, I had licensed judges and guest judges for Vicki Nye's committee. It should have been approved, because the approval pending judges are still under Ellen Honey. It's only when they're approved they move to Vicki's committee. So I changed that already, and so I'm just letting you know that there was just a typo or an error in that, okay? All right, next on the agenda is Region 9 Incentive Program. That's Pam Delabar.
I had a question first on your committee appointments.
Sure, yes.
Your new committee, Leanne Rupie's committee, is that a standing committee or a special committee?
It's a special committee.
Special, okay, thank you.
Yep. And you can just put me down as the liaison, Rachel. Go ahead, Pam Delabar.
Okay. We have a special Region 9 incentive program of approximately $21,000. This was based on bringing over judges from outside the region to promote the CFA brand. Well, as much as I may love you all, there's no way I can bring any of you over at this point in time to judge any of our shows. Our problem is not really the CFA brand for our region. It's the fact we have the lack of judges. We have 5 Albury judges, of which only 2 are total CFA, and that's Peter and myself. We have a double specialty and a long hair judge. I would like to use a portion of our special incentive program to attack the real problem, and that is to get more judges from our region. I would like to use a portion of the money at $200 per student to get our people into the BAOS in October. And even though the timeline puts them in the middle of the night for portions of this BAOS, I do have people to volunteer, and I'm looking at approximately 10 students for that. And I'd also like to be able to offset the travel costs of our single specialty judge so we can get him advanced as quickly as possible to get up to double specialty. I'm not asking for more money. I'm just asking to be able to use the money that we have to attack our actual problem. And I have moved that the board approve to utilize these funds as I laid out in paragraph 3.
Okay, I need a second.
George will second.
Thank you, George. Rich Maston, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so Pam, I do not object to you wanting to change the program. The only thing that I request of you is outline your financial program so we know where the funds are going. I know you said about roughly 10 students at $200 a piece is $2,000. I don't know what you're setting aside for travel expenses to have a single specialty judge move to an Albury judge or whatever you want to do. I think it's very important that the program that you have, since it's a sponsorship program and it's an incentive to help your region, that there's some guidelines, policies, procedures, and just some understanding of what we have to do and what Aline has to do in approving it and getting you the funds. So I'm asking for a breakdown of how you want to spend this money.
Pam?
I can do that. I just would like to get my people into the BAOS to start with. As far as the judge traveling, that's not going to happen for a while because Spain and France can't go anywhere right now.
So Pam, would you be willing to jump on a call with Kathy and I and the three of us work on a program for you?
Yes, because as I told you in a private message, we need to revise that.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Yep.
Melanie, you have your hand up.
Yes, thanks. To add a little bit to what Rich was saying, the current incentive program and specific requirements were approved by the board. So while in concept, I completely support exactly what Pam is presenting, it's a totally new program. And it needs to be fleshed out and presented to the board for approval, much like this existing program was. So I mean, I really hope that she does, because I think it sounds like fabulous ideas. And I think they're ideas that the board can really get behind. But if there's no need for the current program right now because of the COVID pandemic, then it's simply not utilized this year. What we're talking about here are different funds that also fall within the sponsorship program, and it should be considered as such. So if Pam wants to present the new incentive program, we should consider it on its own merits.
Joe Krasnowski, you're recognized.
Yes, I definitely understand the intent of the proposal and the reason why it's being proposed. My only concern is it's a major deviation from the original intent of the incentive program. And if it's offered only to residents of Region 9, it seems a little unfair to some other areas in CFA that are underserved by resident judges as well. There are many areas that have few to no judges living within a reasonable driving distance. And there may be other people that could use a little financial assistance to attend the BOS, or maybe for traveling to advance in the program. So that's my concern. If we open it up for Region 9, it could be a concern for other areas.
Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a slippery slope when we repurpose funds this way. And the reason I say that is what you would like to see is, you know, the dollars and how they were spent for the purpose that they were voted in for year on year. It could be that you spend none of this, and this would be something that that budget amount would be reset when we come back in 6 months. But I would like to see a separate proposal with some level of detail, as Rich has suggested, that we do and establish a new line item for it.
Okay, Cindy Bird, you're recognized.
I don't want to be contrary, but the money has already been appropriated and needs to be spent. And it seems like the region would know how best to spend that money.
Okay, Pam, would you consider withdrawing your motion, and then you, Rich, and Kathy get together, come up with a proposal, and although I don't like doing stuff online, that's why I want to have our meetings every month, bring a proposal for an online vote. Would you consider that?
If I want to build the CFA judging program in Region 9, I have to agree to that.
Well, I'm just saying you're meeting some contrary comments. If you want to vote on the motion, I will do it.
No.
But it sounds
No.
like if you and Kathy and Rich can come to an agreement, then you can present it to the board. Do you think you have 10 people that will sign up for the BAOS?
I did, but as they said, there are 40 slots. 13 have been taken. So I don't know what's going to happen between now and September.
Okay.
But I will withdraw my motion to do what is necessary to build the CFA judging program in Region 9.
Okay. All right. I will send you a PM and offer a little help for you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else on your report, Pam?
No, that was it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Pam? Next on the agenda is the International Division. Kenny Curley.
Yeah, is Gavin still available, and Eva Chen?
I think they're still, yeah, Eva's here. Gavin's here. Can you guys unmute your mics?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Gavin. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both for waiting. I'm going to let Gavin take over. I know that the primary reason they're here is about, I think it's Show Rule 6.35, about the main entry clerk that we assigned years back to Hong Kong only. The committee feels very strongly that it's time that mainland China has its own entry clerks. And since we've divided it into 3 areas, they'd like up to 3. Gavin will explain what they have in mind.
Okay, Gavin, go ahead. You're recognized.
Yes. So actually, Russell brought it up about 2 weeks ago. So right now, our committee, we would like to have the central entry clerk move back to mainland China. Right now, the central clerks are actually all located in Hong Kong, China. But there's, some maybe I think we will be better if everything gets moved to mainland China. And also right now, actually the current show rule 6.3.5 states that the central entry clerks, they are to be recognized or to be appointed by CFA board, by CFA. So it doesn't actually explicitly say that it has to be someone from Hong Kong. So there's not going to be any show rule changes. It's more of a courtesy notice to the board, I think.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Do you have people in mind, Gavin, that you?
Yeah. So yeah. Also, so the committee discussed with Russell Webb, who's also our chair for the region, the division. So we have the current standard that we have in mind for the role. First of all, it has to be someone who has extensive extensive clerking or master clerking experience. And then secondly, this person cannot be a judge. And thirdly, if the person is to do entry clerk, he cannot enter or participate in the show for that weekend to avoid any conflict of interest. So.
Okay.
So as for the people, actually the names, I think right now we're thinking maybe Stella Lau from Shanghai, and Rain, who's also a very experienced master clerk,
yes,
from Beijing, And I think there's a few of them named, but I don't have them off
Okay.
right now.
Well, those are two very good ones, that's for sure.
All right. Okay. Any questions?
No. So we have an action item. Basically, well, we don't need to change the show rule because you said it doesn't need to be changed. So
Well, right now, the show rule states, it pretty much indicates a singular entry clerk, or central entry clerk. The wording needs to be changed in the show rule. We could address that in October. Basically, what Russell and the committee wants is to start a search for these people. They've already decided on a couple of people, but they'd also like to open up applications, I guess, for that third area. I'm not 100% sure. They may have already decided on their three, and they'll bring those names to the board so that they can just simply be ratified and make sure that we don't have any outward objections to those. So, I mean, if we need to change the rule, October is the time. That's what I indicated to Russell, is when we would entertain that.
is Russell on the, is he still here?
I don't know if he would be allowed on. I don't know if he had
Yeah,
the
he can be allowed on. He's the chair.
No, I understand that. I didn't know if he had the information that he needed.
He's
Well,
not here.
He's not, okay.
Not any longer, no.
Okay, all right. Yeah, he submitted the report. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay.
So we don't really need to do anything tonight. Is that correct, Gavin?
No, I don't think we really need to have an action item. I think perhaps we should have an action item or some sort of a permission granted to let them recruit. If that could possibly be achieved without an action item. If you want an action item, I'll make a motion to give them the authority to recruit and interview for these positions.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second. George seconds.
Okay. Any discussion? Melanie?
Yeah, Gavin, I have a question. My understanding was that when we decided to go to a central, well, before we went to a central interim clerking problem, that there were serious problems with entries at different shows throughout China because of different groups that were factionalized. Then the decision was made to go to a central entry clerk, and the key to that was identifying someone who was both in reality as much as possible and certainly via perception impartial, which was one reason to utilize someone from, say, Hong Kong who could not at any time, not just the weekend they were entry clerking, but at any time be competing for the same awards that the people that they were entering shows for. And this proposal directly goes in opposition to the entire reason that we put a central entry clerk into place for mainland China. So are you not concerned about issues with that, with the impartiality?
Actually, it's a very good question. Am I on? Okay, I am. All right. So actually, what we are thinking right now is we will try to get candidates from different groups per se. Actually, what has been happening before was we had 2 central entry clerks, and clubs were also pretty much given the liberty to pick which one they want to do the entry clerk work. So we're hoping that by recruiting more than 1 entry clerk, the clubs will be picking the ones that they're comfortable with. Does that answer your question?
Melanie?
And also, sorry, and also for the let's say the problems that we had with some of the entries before, we hope. I personally am also on the modernization committee, and I've been talking with Ryan. We're hoping that we can do a better, or we can propose to do a better entry system. Not entry system, but more of a front-end app for entry in China, well, at least to start in China, so that a lot of problems can be taken care of by the system and not by people. So I think that's what we're thinking right now.
Okay. Kenny?
Okay, thank you.
Kenny, you're
Yeah.
recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't, I had one other thing to discuss about, as liaison for China that Russell wanted me to bring up. So I'll just shut up right there and see if we can get a vote on this.
Okay, George.
Yeah, I support the idea. I understand where Melanie's coming from. We went to the centralized clerk because of specific problems, but that was because it was a total free-for-all before then. Any person really could be an entry clerk, and we wound up with some people that maybe shouldn't have been. They were a little too partisan. We're going to go through a vetting process this time. We're going to have the board review who's even going to be allowed to entry clerk. I think we can do an adequate job screening to accomplish both the goals of getting some local people in China to do the entry clerking, but still maintaining enough control over the vetting so that we don't wind up with essentially partisan hacks doing all the entry clerking.
That's a good point, George. So Gavin, would you and Kenny get with Russell, and then you can, we're giving you permission to do this. So we'll go ahead and vote on this one, and then you can bring up your other issue, Kenny. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So is there any opposition to the motion?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, there is an objection. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no and state your name.
Melanie, no.
Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. So Kenny, you got another issue?
Yeah, I just want to read into the record. I know, Daryl, you've spoken to Russell about clarifying this associate judging program and what could be expected. From what Russell has been telling me, it's created a lot of confusion simply because of rumor, bragging rights, and whatever. And it's really kind of gotten people upset as far as how far they can go, what can be expected. They just like to have a little straightforward explanation as to what this program is, what it's intended to do, and what people can expect from it coming from CFA. And I know that you thought perhaps it should come just from the judging program. I think it would have a little bit more weight behind it if the whole board was included in that message. And that's pretty much all, just a statement that I had. And perhaps Gavin, would like to comment on that.
Okay, Cindy Bird.
As a retired teacher, I have to agree with Kenny. I don't think that it was communicated well. And I think if there were a clear communication of what the purpose of the program is, how long it's supposed to last, how you become a real CFA judge, it would go a long ways to help people accept it, as well as we need to communicate what are our next steps. Maybe we have other upcoming judges, special judges. I can't remember the name right now, but it hasn't been communicated well. And I think we could settle a lot of problems if we communicated it better.
Okay, Rachel Anger.
Yep, thank you. I guess I'm a little confused because I think we've over-explained it, frankly. And there's a very comprehensive report that will be in these minutes from the China Associate Judge Program. We can republish what we already have, but if that isn't satisfying people, then we need to know specifically what's missing that confuses people. I think people are just complaining because they don't like it. And, as we stated from the start, some of us don't like it either, but it was a necessity that we felt at the time. And I still very much feel it's a necessary program. But, I'd be glad to go back and find all the different things that the judging program sent and that were in the minutes, if anybody wants to review it and identify exactly what's missing, and we'll fill those holes.
You want to do that, Rachel, and get with Russell and Kenny and Gavin, and but I think they think that all these people are going to be Albury judges. That's the thing. They don't understand that they're all single specialty judges and can only judge in China.
Well,
Are you on? Hold on a second. Hey, Daryl?
Yeah.
Russell wants to get on. He's there.
Oh, okay. Ellen, can you upgrade Russell? And Gavin, did you have your hand up again?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, basically that was a point I wanted to explain. So basically there's a rumor going around in China saying that the judges are going to be Albury judges very soon, right, within a short time period. So I think for maybe some of the people here, it's already quite difficult to accept that to accept the fact that there's a T1 program that people will be single specialty very soon.
Right.
And
they put David on.
Hey, by the way, Russell, I volunteered you for a free show. Bye.
Kenny, if you're going to have a private conversation with Russell, would you mute your mic, please?
I apologize. Mr.
So
President.
Russell, you're recognized since this is your report.
Okay, I just want to bring up that what's happening is with this letter, why they're complaining is because somebody's telling them that these associated judging applicants are going to be all breed judges right off the bat. I tried to explain to them that they're going to be specialty judges, and if they want to be all breed judges, they have to go through the program just like I went through. They would like a letter from the JPC or Daryl or somebody stating the facts that these judges are only long hair, short hair judges, and they are not going to be all breed judges without going through the regular program. Am I correct, Gavin?
yeah, that's correct. That's
Yeah.
my understanding as well.
That's all they want. They want an official letter because they feel that nobody was asked. It was done to certain people and they feel it was unfair. So they just want to confirm that these are going to be specialty judges.
Okay, so Gavin and Russell, would it be okay if Rachel, myself, and Ann Mathis, who's the chair of that committee, the three of us will get together, we will compose a letter and all three of us will sign it, and then we'll send it out to the 80 people that signed the letter.
Correct, I'm happy. Are
Gavin?
you okay, Gavin, with that?
Yeah, I think that would help with this case. I think also for the long run, I think it really lies on also the China committee and maybe the ID rep, Eva, to communicate this information timely to the people in China. Because like Rachel said, maybe on our side, we are very clear about the role and responsibilities of the T1 associate judges, but maybe we're not doing a very good job at communicating that to the region. So
okay, all right. All right,
but,
good deal.
that's something we'll work on as well. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for coming back, Russell. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Rachel, you got your hand up.
I do. What 80 people are you talking about? Has there been something was submitted and I asked for a copy of it and I still have not seen it. So, maybe that's part of the problem is some people know who's complaining and what their complaints are, and the people that can answer it don't know. So if we receive something, could you share it, please?
Sure. Gavin, do you have a copy of that you can?
No, actually, I only know about this verbally through rumors. I haven't received anything on my end.
Okay,
so.
Russell, I know I have a copy. I'll have to hunt for it.
I don't have a copy of it.
Okay, I've got it somewhere on my computer. I'll have to find it.
Okay.
And I'll just send it to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All
Thank-
right. Okay, Rachel, anything else? Gavin, anything else? Kenny, anything else on the International Committee?
No, sir. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, good. Okay, next item is the Legal Advisory Committee, Cindy Bird. And I know you, we got the you know whose contract that you've completed and she's agreed to. And I think we want to discuss that in closed session.
I think the report is self-evident there, and we're on our way to 2 agreements within the next few days.
Okay. All right. So nothing else then? That's it?
That's it, unless there are some questions.
Okay. Marketing is next. Oh, I'm sorry, Gavin. Okay. Gavin, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I actually have a question or actually a suggestion. So right now there are more and more people interested in about helping CFA to put on a show in China legally. And right now they're basically, I don't know, they're going through whoever they know, right? So are we gonna have some kind of guideline? So instead of them come to me, or we have actually something better prepared, so we can just show them exactly what needs to be done, and what the process is and who to contact. So
Okay, well, shouldn't they be going through Eva? She's the representative.
right. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's better if we can prepare some kind of document, right? So they know exactly. I mean, what Eva doesn't have to explain it every time, right?
Okay, are you volunteering to help prepare that document?
May I?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Cindy Bird, go ahead.
Yeah.
One of our goals when we started working with this in the last month was to come up with a template so that when the China people want to put on a show, all they need to do is pretty much fill in the blanks, and we have a template that will work for them. So I would suggest that those, maybe Gavin can guide those people to me, and then he and I together can help them.
Okay. All right, that one's solved. Anybody else have questions? So let's move on to the marketing committee. Desiree, does she have additional items?
No, Daryl, I think Desiree left the meeting. I think she figured that there wasn't going to be marketing. It's really just information only. I don't think we need to go over it. It's
There was
available for
some
anybody to
stuff
read it.
about CCW I saw on there, so.
Yeah, there was CCW, but I don't think there were any action items. I gotta find the report.
Okay. Well,
Let's see.
I'll ask Steve to do animal welfare, and then if there's anything we need to go back on marketing, we can jump back in on that.
Yeah,
So.
there's no other action items. It was all information only. It was just informational.
Okay, good. Steve, animal welfare.
This is our animal welfare report that Charlene has submitted. You can read it for yourself, basically. Our board actions are we're asking the regional directors to ask their membership to help us with our efforts to donate to CFA BURP. But we're not able to raise funds through cat shows at this time. It's down at the bottom, Eileen. We need more regional support. We've spent a lot more than we've taken in. We're down $27,000 lost so far. We just need some help with that.
Okay. So do you want us to put out like a CFA news release?
Yes.
Is that basically what you're asking for people to provide donations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Eileen, is that something that you can do a little short news release to try to drum up some support for animal welfare?
Sure. I'll need some help from the committee to indicate what they want to say.
Sure.
So I can get with them on that.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else, Steve?
Nope. Thanks, Elaine. Thanks, Daryl.
Okay. You're welcome. And we've already done the Millennial Committee. And I think we're at the, is there any unfinished business that we got protest? George, is there anything on protest you want to do in open session?
No.
Okay. Any unfinished business that we need to take care of? One thing that popped into my mind is who is going to, is Vicki Nye, the chair of the guest judging program, going to approve the TICA guest judges for CFA shows? That wasn't covered in the motion.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to follow the CFA guidelines. Right now in an 8-ring show, I guess they're allowed 2 guest judges. Just the same things. And of course, the judging program has to vet any judge, whether it's TICA or any other judge that's approved with the World Cat Congress under the motion that I made. And they have all of the power to vet them out. You know, there are certain situations where there may be some judges that had a prior relationship with CFA that they don't feel proper. And that would be certainly up to them, and they can work with the club to recommend, obviously, to please look for a CFA judge first. And because I know that they have a program in place, you know, for overseas trips on the judges list, for instance, a bidding process that you know, judges can go over. Let's say somebody said, okay, come to Italy and we'll pay $600 for airfare. And, you know, something like that can happen, but no, they have total control over the guest judges that clubs bring to, if clubs want them to come and they have a signed contract, then the clubs are, I think that, I'm not sure about the procedure because I've never had a show with a guest judge, that they would.
Normally, Kenny, you have to have approval before you sign a contract.
Okay, well, they would have to inquire, obviously, with the judging program. And for instance, let me tell you TICA's process, you know, with the Florida judge that I had a situation with, and they went through the TICA, they have a judging committee similar to what we've got, and they require them to be an approved all-breed judge in good standing with the organization from which they can. I'm not sure if there's a number of years or whatever, or experience, but you know, if they want to put in, say, at least a 5-year situation, whatever, you know, rules that they put in place, as long as they, you know, are compliant with the wishes of the board, you know, to enable our clubs to use some cost-saving measures. This in no way is intended to replace CFA judges. This is simply to help our CFA clubs, you know, during this particular pandemic. And let's see how it works. Well, you know, we could get some pretty good benefits out of this as far as actually having a CFA judge, for instance, in one of their show rings. And, you know, especially if we, you know, some of our more professional judges can really put on a show, and we might be able to pick up some of their newer people who wants to cross show. I mean, Florida is a unique situation in my region because it only has a northern border. Everything else is closed in. And there are a lot of TICA shows. And I know that's the same way in Southern California and in Texas, for instance, which is the hub of TICA. They have very few judges, and, you know, to have larger events, I think this will end up being a benefit. But yes, the CFA judging program is in charge.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Steve McCullough, you recognize?
When does this go into effect? Tonight?
Yeah, effective immediately within the motion.
Okay. Do we have any approved TICA judges at this time, or is this going to be like a 3-month process before we see our first one pop up?
It's however the invitations come in.
Yeah, it depends on the invitations. They'll be taken. They're all taken on a case-by-case basis, is my understanding. But I'm not part of the judging program.
Okay. All right. Any new business? No new business. Any other committee reports that haven't been called on? I think everything that was submitted was presented. Is that correct,
Mhm.
Eileen and Rachel?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Any other business that we need to bring up before I adjourn the meeting?
Hey, Darrell.
Okay.
Yes.
I got a call on Steve McCullough. He reached out to me either earlier in the week or late last week. And Steve, maybe you can remember, you had mentioned about placing something on a show license that was a disclaimer on there that the club will follow all local and state mandates and restrictions. Did you want to talk about that, Steve?
Okay.
Go
I
ahead,
think there
Steve.
should be part of the show licensing should be that you agree to follow state, local, federal guidelines, especially during COVID, because none of that's ever addressed in our show rules or constitution as something that we have to do on a day-to-day basis. I think it would protect all of us from any liability going in the future.
Okay, are you making that a motion?
I'm making that a motion that we add that to the show licensing.
And you second it, Rich?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion? Melanie, you have your hand up. You can speak.
Yeah, I had it up for something else. Now we're on this
Oh.
discussion, so I'll hold it.
Okay. All right, Gavin, your hand's up. No, it's not. Steve, your hand's still up. Any more discussion?
I'm done.
How do you want to implement this?
I'll work with Eileen to see what we can do to get the forms updated. I think we should go through the website and get it updated and go from there as soon as we can.
Okay, yeah, because that needs to be done right away.
Yep, I think so.
Okay,
Thank
is
you.
there any other discussion? Gavin, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So since the CFA website update, it's been really slow to open in China. It takes us on average about 20 to 30 seconds to open up the homepage, right?
Okay, can you,
And
Gavin, can you hang on?
Yeah.
Because that's not pertaining to this motion. So I'll
Oh, okay,
recognize
sorry.
you in just a moment, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so Melanie or Rachel, you have your hand up?
Are we gonna see this language? So is this just a motion to create language?
It's actually just to add a line onto the show license that they must comply with local, state, and federal mandates on COVID-19, is my understanding. Is that your motion, Steve?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Right.
That the clubs have to abide by local, state, and federal rules. Okay, is there any objection to the motion? Okay, hearing no objection, the motion is passed by unanimous consent. Kevin, I'll get to you in a minute. I'll recognize Melanie for her item.
Okay, here's my question. The two items that I have for the international division that we were going to do an executive session, will Russell and the other folks be available? Do they have the link? Or shall I just say them in generalities and they can get back to me with the answers?
Just do it in generalities and they can get back to
Okay,
you.
so there's two outstanding items out there. We had a contract that we were working on that was fairly much finalized. And I'm wondering what the status is, and I think the board probably does too, is on that contract. There was also, in June, I brought a offer from another association to do a partnership of sorts, or have a reciprocal arrangement. And again, I'm wondering what our status is on that, because one way or another, we need to get back to them. It's just the right thing to do. And if we have, the board should know about it. So that's all I have. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we got that information to Russell and Eva and Gavin so that they can perhaps finalize that.
Okay, well, Melanie, since we are becoming much more liberal with who we invite to do our shows, maybe if you could bring that agreement with UCA back to the board in September, we can consider that. I think that sort of, if I remember correctly, I read over the minutes, but I can't remember what exactly was said. But it had something to do, there were no shows right now, so it was just sort of put on the back burner. And the contract you're referring to, is it with a female about an NGO agreement?
Yes.
That's being taken care of.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. And so if you don't mind bringing back that proposal, and we'll discuss it in September.
I'll forward it to Russell so that he can bring it forward through the
Okay.
ID department.
Great,
So
great. Thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate that. Okay, anybody else have their hand up? No. Any other issues? Gavin, you wanted to talk about loading
yeah.
time for the CFA website in China?
Yeah, in China, it's about 20 to 30 seconds for the homepage, and also for the e-card system. Sometimes you can't log on to it unless you go through a VPN app. So, and it's very difficult for people to register their cards. So I don't know who's the point of contact to talk about this. I think this is due to the mainland China has like some kind of internet wall that forbids some of the widgets to like Google Analytics or other sites like that. So, but I'm just wondering who the point of contact is for that to try and address this problem.
Elaine, who should he contact? Is that Steve or James Sembro?
Yeah, James and
Okay.
myself, and we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if
and-
Gavin, you
So-
have any insight, or if you have any recommendations, or we'll talk about that.
Right, well, I'm actually in this business, so yeah. So
okay.
I'm a from IT background, so I think what most people do is try to set up a CDN server, so or to have a CDN or a cloud hosting
All right.
to try to combat this problem. So we
Okay.
can talk about this offline.
So we'll talk about that. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Gavin, for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. Anybody else have any issues before we adjourn the meeting?
And Daryl,
Yes.
everybody, we're going to do the executive session.
Yes.
So everybody has to leave this meeting and log back into the other link that I provided
Yes,
in that
that's
email.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just a reminder.
I think we just have a few things in closed session, so hopefully it won't last too long, because it's going on 1 o'clock your time. So, okay, all right, I'll adjourn the meeting. It's 9:45 my time, 12:45 a.m. on the East Coast, and the meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, so everybody leave the meeting and sign back on for the executive session under the